County to order. And if you will, please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is the time when the public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board on anything discussed. Do I have any public comment? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. Matt Reed from Congressman McClintock's office. Just here to announce that this morning from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., I'll be hosting office hours, staff office hours for the Congressman and Supervisor Rotifer's office here on the 4th floor. If anyone in the audience or watching or listening has a problem with a federal agency or would like to discuss federal policy, I'll be happy to meet with you and help you out. And again, that's in Supervisor Rotifer's office at 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got some changes to the agenda, and I'll announce those right now. Item 5, approving the reappointment of Ron Koff to the Board of Planning Committee, Supervisors Planning Committee, has been withdrawn. Item 10, consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue from the Micrographics Trust Fund, has been pulled, as has item 11, consideration of approving an agreement with BMI Imaging Services for digitalization and upload of vital records has been pulled. And then item 18D, public employee performance evaluation, has been pulled. And I am under the impression that we have a addition to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd ask you to consider adding an item to the agenda. It would be consideration of approving correspondence in support of Assembly Bill 1758 in regards to continued broadband expansion. This is something that has been brought to our attention through RCRC, was raised at the EDA meeting late last week. It has sufficient urgency, so it came up subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And as far as having sufficient urgency, there's a key committee hearing taking place on March 28th before your next meeting.
Okay, do I have a consensus of the board that this meets the criteria?
Need a motion? I move that we accept this item for
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to add that item, and we'll add it at 15A. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have... first of all, is there any public comment on it? Okay, if not, then we'll bring it back to the board. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstain? Okay, the vote is 4-0 with Supervisor Brennan absent. Will the clerk of the board read the remaining consent calendar?
Oral communication.
We already did it.
Okay, consent calendar is minutes of the meeting held on March 1st and March 7th, 2016. Adoption of a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 148630C, due to the drought conditions. Adopting the 2016 through 18 Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program from the Tuolumne County Airport. Adopting a resolution approving the award from the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boats and Waterways Safety Funding of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office Boating Safety Unit for fiscal year 2016 through 17. Item number 5 has been pulled. Number 6 is approving the reappointment of Elizabeth Marino to the Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District.
Okay, is there any public comment on any item on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hanvelt to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 4-0. Supervisor Brennan absent. Will you please read item number 7?
Consideration of adopting the resolution proclaiming March 30th, 2016 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day in Tuolumne County.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Mr. Chairman, if you would indulge me a moment, I'd like to speak to this item in greater detail. In January of 1962, Operation Chopper marked America's first combat mission against the Viet Cong and the beginning of one of the longest and most challenging wars America's ever fought. 54 years after that faithful mission, we honor more than 3 million Americans who served. We pay tribute to those who have been laid to rest. We reaffirm our dedication to showing a generation of veterans the respect and support a grateful nation has for them. The Vietnam War is a story of service members of different backgrounds, colors, and creeds who came together to complete a daunting mission. It is a story of Americans from every corner of our nation who left the warmth of their family to serve the country they loved. It is a story of patriots who braved the line of fire, who cast themselves into harm's way to save a friend, and fought hour after hour, day after day, to preserve the liberties we hold dear. Thousands returned home bearing shrapnel and scars. Still, more were burdened by the invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress, of Agent Orange, of memories that would never fade. More than 58,000 laid their lives down to serve our nation. Our veterans answered our country's call. They served with honor, and on March 30th, 1973, the last of our troops left Vietnam. Today, we reaffirm one of our most fundamental obligations to show all who have worn the uniform of the United States the respect and the dignity they deserve, and the honor their sacrifice by serving them as well as they served us. Our nation stands stronger for their service, and on Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, we honor their proud legacy with our deepest gratitude. On Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, we honor the immeasurable sacrifices and the contributions our Vietnam War veterans have made to protect life, liberty, and the happiness of every Californian and every American. All veterans deserve our deepest respect. May we always remember the heroism and the courage of those who have served and those that continue to serve. Mr. Chairman, with a humble heart and deep respect, that I ask for your board to adopt the resolution before you today, recognizing March 30th, 2016 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day.
Okay. Thank you very much. In a moment, I will read the resolution. And pardon me for some emotion. But first, I want to make a couple comments myself. I had friends beaten up just because they were in the military at the time. I have friends on the wall in Washington, D.C. That was a very, very turbulent and difficult time. Our veterans that came home from that war were treated, in my mind, the worst that we have ever treated any veterans in the history of our country. And yet, those veterans persevered, went on with their lives in some very difficult circumstances, and actually have led the way in a lot of veterans programs that today's veterans that are coming home many times in great physical disrepair are benefiting from because of the perseverance of the Vietnam veterans. I'm proud to be a Vietnam veteran. I'm also proud to be a Gulf War veteran. And I know how my fellow Gulf War veterans have benefited from the efforts and the service, post-military service that the Vietnam veteran community has given this country. So hopefully I can get through this. I will read the resolution. Whereas the Vietnam War was fought in Vietnam from 1961 to 1975 and involved North Vietnam, the Viet Cong, in conflict with the United States Armed Forces and South Vietnam, and whereas the United States became involved in Vietnam because policymakers in the United States believed that if South Vietnam fell to a communist government, then communism would spread throughout the rest of Southeast Asia. And whereas members of the United States Armed Forces began serving in an advisory role to the South Vietnamese in 1961, and whereas as a result of the Gulf of Tonkin incidents on August 2nd, 1964, and August 4th, 1964, Congress overwhelmingly passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution on August 7, 1964, which effectively handed over war-making powers to President Johnson until such time as peace and security had returned to Vietnam. And whereas in 1965, United States Armed Forces ground combat units arrived in Vietnam, and whereas by the end of 1965, there were 80,000 United States troops in Vietnam, and by 1969, a peak of approximately 543,000 troops was reached. And whereas on January 27, 1973, the Treaty of Paris was signed, which required the release of all United States prisoners of war held in North Vietnam and the withdrawal of all United States Armed Forces from South Vietnam. And whereas on March 30th, 1973, the United States Armed Forces completed the withdrawal of combat troops from Vietnam, and whereas more than 58,000 members of the United States Armed Forces lost their lives in Vietnam, and more than 300,000 members of the armed forces were wounded. And whereas in 1982, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial was dedicated in the District of Columbia to commemorate those members of the United States Armed Forces who died or were declared missing in action in Vietnam, and whereas the Vietnam War was an extremely divisive issue among the people of the United States, and whereas members of the United States Armed Forces who served bravely and faithfully for the United States during the Vietnam War were caught upon their return home in the crossfire of public debate about the involvement of the United States in the Vietnam War, and whereas the establishment of a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day would be an appropriate way to honor those members of the United States Armed Forces who served in Vietnam during the Vietnam War. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne does hereby recognize March 30th, 2016 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, as proclaimed by the President of the United States and the United States Congress. This Board of Supervisors further honors and recognizes the contributions of the veterans of the armed forces who served in Vietnam. Adopted by the Board of Supervisors, I hope, of the County of Tuolumne on this day. Thank you very much, and I will now, before we pass the resolution, I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public want to? Yes, sir, Mr. Yeah, come on up.
Good morning. I'm Larry Bramlett. I'm president of Chapter 391, Vietnam Veterans of America here in Sonora. I would like to thank you for the proclamation. This is my second year of receiving that, and it demonstrates this board's willingness to recognize the history and who we are. I'd like to speak a little bit to that. We have the largest chapter in California here in Sonora. Currently, we have over 540 members. We're the 7th largest in the United States. This chapter has been extremely active due to some very good leadership for many years, over 26 years, 27 years. And its primary goal has been to support the community. The community in the sense of we give out awards for various projects around the city. We do a lot of scholarships for the various high schools. We help out veterans that are in emergency need that the county never even sees. So these things are part of the welcome home that we keep trying to put out there on every day as we go by. Many times I've had people ask, why do we keep doing Welcome Home Vietnam's Day? Wasn't the parade enough? And it was. From our perspective, it changed a lot of hearts when we had the parade back in 2011. But then we realized that our motto of never forgetting a generation was still in play. And so what we do is we have, once a year, we'll have an event. Currently it's being held at the Black Oak Casino, and where we recognize certain aspects of that time and that history. Last year we took care and recognized the women, primarily nurses, and those that were in harm's way in Vietnam. And it was a very moving night. This year we are recognizing our veteran service officers, and we invite the board, buy a ticket, and come. Because the reason I say that is the money goes for those programs, and this event specifically helps out the Chamber of Commerce. So we will have tickets at the door, of course, and that's on March 25th, okay? March 25th. So I'd like to invite you to that, and I thank you for the proclamation call.
Sure, and Larry, the time is 6 o'clock?
6
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Bring it back to the board. Any comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This touches me deeply. My brother served 3 tours in Vietnam, and I remember him talking about how they were treated, and that's, in my mind, is a disgrace. That parade, when we had that parade, I have to confess that I stood there and I couldn't cheer. There were tears running down my face. It was about time we honored the men and women that served like that. And they pay the price today, and I've got friends that are paying the price, PTSD and some other things. And I think the treatment that this country gave those people when they came back exacerbated that. I have just the deepest respect for the men and women who served our armed forces, but especially Vietnam veterans. So I'd like to move in favor of this resolution. It's the least we can do.
Okay. Mr. Gray?
Yes, Supervisor Rutherford, I'll thank you for your service and your comments. I think the right words. The effect that this has had on families, friends is tremendous. And excuse me, but you said it all. I'm sorry, I'm emotional, but it does touch you. So I'll second the motion.
Okay. Okay. It has been moved by Supervisor Hanvelt and seconded by Supervisor Gray that we adopt the resolution. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? It is passed 4-0 with Supervisor Brennan absent. Thank you very much. Will the clerk of the board please read item 8?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming March 2016 as Red Cross Month in Tuolumne County.
Well, hello.
Good morning.
Got a smile on your face?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. We did invite Debbie Calcote to be present at this meeting, and she did accept that invitation. However, unfortunately, she is stuck behind in traffic in a large vehicle right now. So Instead of Debbie, you get me, and I definitely cannot take Debbie's place. If anyone here knows Debbie Calcote with Red Cross, she is an amazing woman. She represents...
Pardon me for interrupting. I'm willing to delay this until she gets there if you wish to do that.
That's up to you guys.
Is she still intending to come?
She was trying, yes. So if you'd
Okay.
like to...
Well, let's slip this until she can get here.
Okay. I will go call and let her know. I think that'd be fantastic.
Okay. Okie doke.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead with item 9 then, please.
Consideration of approving the at-large appointment to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission.
Staff report. Oh, I'm sorry, there is no. Oh, come on up, Bev. I guess there is a staff report. You bang yourself or something?
A little minor surgery.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. We don't usually do staff reports on this. We, of course, do have an untimely vacancy on the Tuolumne County Planning Commission due to Peggy Mosley's recent passing. This particular position has a term of 4 years that will expire on February 15th, 2019. So I just ask your board to consider making an appointment today.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we have talked about the loss of Peggy Mosley and her contributions to the county and the communities. We have very good applicants here that are requesting to fill that at-large position, but I would like to nominate Mike Gustafson as a planning commission at-large planning commission member.
Okay. Supervisor Gray has nominated Mike Gustafson. Is there any?
I'll second his.
Okay. Supervisor Handbelt has seconded that motion. I'll open it up for public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Is there any further discussion on the nomination? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Passes 4-0 with Supervisor Brennan absent. Let's go to item 10 and 11 were withdrawn. Let's go to item 12.
Consideration of approving the Department of Social Services personnel request to increase and modify the positions allocated in the fiscal year 2015-16 to include the addition of 2 social worker supervisors 1 and 1 social worker 3, and the elimination of 1 vacant staff analyst 1-2 position.
Yes.
Good
yes,
morning,
Ann.
Chairman Rodefer, members of the board, Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. I'm here before you this morning to request a change in the Department of Social Services personnel position allocation for fiscal year 15-16 to manage new departmental mandates and to improve efficiency in the CalWorks program. In August 2015, the Department of Social Services had an adopted budget of $23.51 million with a position allocation of 107.8 positions. With this request, I am asking for the following: the addition of 2 social worker supervisors, 1 social worker 3, and elimination of a vacant staff services analyst 1-2. This would bring our net position allocation to 109.8 full-time equivalents at a cost of $43,121 for the remainder of this fiscal year, with an annual cost of $172,486. As the board is aware, the social services programs that we manage are mandated by federal or state regulations. There are also times there are changes to existing programs due to new case law. The social worker 3 position is being requested due to new in-home supportive services regulations that are based on new program changes, including overtime, that must now be paid to independent providers for all hours worked over 40 in a week, with a weekly cap of 66 hours. Exceptions include parents who are caring for children and live-in providers. We have approximately 65 cases that are impacted by these changes, and some of the new tasks required include approving travel claims, responding to consumers' requests to adjust workweek hours, responding to requests for additional overtime, imposing violations to providers who violate the overtime cap, tracking the number of violations each provider is issued, responding to new due process requirements, providing mandated provider training, and assisting the recipient to locate additional providers when their current provider reaches the maximum. These policy changes and new workload requirements began February 1st with an estimated need of 1 social worker. The good news is that this position is fully funded under the county's in-home supportive services maintenance of effort, and with the recent passage of the managed care tax, this maintenance of effort should continue with no additional cost to the county. In addition, the overtime paid to the providers is fully funded by state and federal dollars with no increase to the county's maintenance of effort. That's an important point. Should this be an overestimate, because again, the program just began, we would then assign this program to a new requirement that's starting in January of 2017, which is our Resource Family Approval Program, where we will adopt a universal way of licensing relative, non-related extended family member homes, foster family homes. So you'll be hearing more about that in the future. One of the social worker supervisor positions is being requested due to new federal and state mandates regarding case review for child welfare cases. Basically, we attempted to hire a staff services analyst to do this task, and we were unsuccessful in recruiting because the position is required to have some knowledge of child welfare services programs. By deleting the analyst position and adding the supervisor will not only be able to review cases, but will be able to develop policies that improve outcomes for families based on information gathered during these case reviews. The supervisor position will also be assigned to perform grievance reviews. The second requested social services supervisor position would allow us to have one supervisor who could oversee social workers, integrated caseworkers, and eligibility workers in the CalWorks program. Right now, we have 3 different positions performing welfare to work employment activities, and I think it's really important in providing a continuum of care for our CalWorks clients that they have that continuity of intake through development of their welfare to work case plan, which hopefully leads them to self-sufficiency. So as a steward of taxpayer money, I do not come before your board to request additional positions unless I'm satisfied that several criteria have been met. 1, these additional positions are needed because of the new mandates put forth by the federal or state governments. 2, the current staff positions cannot sustain the additional requirements. 3, there is adequate ongoing funding, and that's the operative word, ongoing, into future fiscal years. And 4, the expectation is that processes will be improved as a result of these personnel requests, either in program service or quality assurance. I want to mention to the board that even with these requests, the number of social services staff positions are about the same as we had in fiscal year 13-14. This demonstrates our commitment to fiscal prudence. It is, again, really important to note that all of these positions have continuing federal, state, and realignment funding with no county general funds attached. There is no need for additional appropriations since there's salary savings in the current year's budget. So with that, I would ask that your board approve the Department of Social Services personnel requests to increase and modify the position allocation for fiscal year 15-16, to include the addition of 2 social services supervisor 1s, 1 social worker 3, and the elimination of 1 staff services analyst 1-2, and I'm happy to entertain any questions the board may have.
Any questions of the board? Okay, any public comment? Bring it back to the board for any comments or a motion.
Comment, always thorough explanation of the needs, and in that I would move that we accept staff recommendations.
Okay, got a motion to accept the staff recommendation?
We're adding 3 positions, is that correct?
It's actually, it's 3 positions, correct?
And 2 of those are supervisors.
Correct.
That seems a little strange to me, that we have to add more supervisory overhead in the system to add 3 positions.
Again, the one position, really, that's the recommendation by California Department of Social Services regarding the case review, because this is really important work to be able to review child welfare cases, to not only talk to all the individuals who've been involved in a random selection of cases, but then to take that information to develop policy that will provide enhanced outcomes.
You have to be a supervisor to do that?
We tried to get an analyst, and we've been unsuccessful because we haven't been able to find an analyst level person who's familiar enough with child welfare processes. So we did attempt to do so.
So why are we having another supervisor?
And the second supervisor is for the CalWorks program. Again, fully funded. What we're trying to do under merit systems, and I think the board is aware that we are covered by merit system services, the Department of Social Services, the way we have to actually recruit our staff. And an eligibility supervisor cannot supervise a social worker. So what we're trying to do is have a social worker supervisor who could then supervise the social workers, the integrated case workers, and the eligibility workers in the employment services unit. And we believe this will provide much better service to our CalWorks recipients and provide more efficiencies.
How are you going to know that happened when you get it all said and done?
Well, the good news is I have Rebecca Espino, the program manager too, who will be measuring the success of that plan. But I would not bring it forward unless we felt that really this had a lot of merit.
I'll reluctantly second that.
Okay. Any other comments by the board? And I did public comment, so bring it back for a vote. All those in favor of the staff recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 4-0. Brennan absent. Thank you very much, Ann. Read item 13, please.
Consideration of approving an agreement for professional services with BI Incorporated, DBA BI Correctional Services, Inc. for Community Reentry Services Program.
Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, Don Meyer, Interim Chief Probation Officer here. I'm bringing before you the CCP contract for Behavioral Interventions Incorporated. This is the 5th year of the contract. It's $522,000. It's remained the same basically for the 5th year. The contract is being reorganized and consolidated, and we're asking for more data information. And BI has been able to keep the cost down a bit. They're going to eliminate a staff member because we're taking over the electronic monitoring. And with the consolidation with the sheriff and us, it's going to make it a lot easier, I think, to manage the contract itself. So that's kind of where we are. It's not a lot of different things in there. The scope of work essentially is the same. We're hoping to, not hoping, we're going to have more data and information about the program that we just want to beef that up so we can have a better idea of what direction it's going in.
Okay. Any questions of this? Go ahead.
This is a long-term concern. I'm not concerned about your proposal, but this is funded by AB 109 money.
Yes. No general fund money.
Well, I think that's important, but
Yes.
my concern is where is AB 109 funding going? I just am nervous that it will decline with time.
Well, I think we all are nervous about that. Anything that the state give it, they can take it away over time.
I don't see that happening because there's some real big issues. If they don't get the Department of Corrections under control and the kind of programs, and the judges are going to start releasing people early from prisons, I think that they understand they've got to fund locals to have programs to work with these folks. And, Tuolumne is pretty unique in that we've got some programs in jail to start them off, which isn't always necessarily the case in other municipalities. So that's a good thing. So I think it's going to keep flowing for the foreseeable future. But maybe if we just have a great job, there will be no recidivists, and we won't have to have that money.
If you can pull that off, you're a miracle worker.
Yeah.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, then we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. And I have a board comment, and then I'll open it up. I think I have to say, and this is not just probation. Obviously, you're the centroid of the universe there. But I think all of our law and justice partners have done a miraculous job on AB 109. Very, very difficult task. Takes a lot of coordination. You mentioned the jail programs. I think from what I've seen, if our AB 109 implementation isn't a model for the state, it's ought to be pretty darn close to it.
It's very close. It's near the top. I know who's at the bottom. It's not us. We're at the top, so.
That's good news. And I also want to say I actually have been out there several times. It's been over a year since I was there. I need to get back out there. But BI Incorporated is a great partner, and they've done really, really good work. So I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. Is there any other board comment at all? Okay, got a motion?
I'll move in favor of staff recommendation.
Okay. Any second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Hanbelt, second by Supervisor Gray to approve the staff recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 4-0, Brennan. 4-0, and Brennan's absent. So we'll go on to item 14.
Consideration of approving a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb to collect and remit transient occupancy taxes.
Ms. Beach.
Good morning. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. Before you today is a culmination of a year and a half of negotiations with Airbnb to collect and remit transient occupancy taxes for Tuolumne County. Airbnb is a website for people to list, find, and rent lodging. Airbnb facilitates the financial transaction by processing the rental payment from the guest and remitting it to the facility operator for a fee. By facilitating the transactions, Airbnb is in a position to collect and remit TOT for its hosts. Now, we don't normally have contracts for TOT, but Airbnb wanted an agreement that had very specific verbiage regarding the confidentiality provisions, public records request, and tax information. And for the most part, this already matched the obligations that exist in our TOT ordinance. County Council added additional wording to avoid liability and protect the county's obligations to produce public records, subpoenaed records, but also protect the taxpayer information. Both Airbnb and County Council have approved this agreement. So in a nutshell, Airbnb will collect TOT for our county, and we will keep their information confidential, just like we do all the other TOT agents. While this is a watershed moment for Tuolumne County and the Visitors Bureau, it's a foot in the door for the city of Sonora, and I have already provided them with the Airbnb contact information. It's my pleasure to present this to you with my recommendation that this collection agreement be signed so the county can start receiving the transient occupancy taxes due. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Peach?
No, but I'd like to thank her for a lot of good, hard work.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Gray?
Yes, Shelley, how many other contracts does Airbnb have with?
Well,
throughout
I
the state?
tried to get that information from them, and I couldn't. So I do know they have San Francisco and San Diego, and now Tuolumne County.
So we're right up there in the list. Again, thank you for all your hard work.
Welcome.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move in favor of the agreement.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt and a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, it passes 4-0, and Supervisor Brennan
I
absent.
have one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Rotifer, thank you for your service. Randy, your brother, thank you.
Okay, item 15.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
You're back.
I'm back. Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. This item before you is before you to review the need to renew the proclamation for state of emergency due to tree mortality. The reason we're back again on the 15th is, as you know, it must be reviewed and renewed and or terminated no less than every 30 days. And unfortunately, there was less than 30 days between the first board meeting of this month and the first board meeting of next month. So you get to see us again in 2 weeks. With that being said, there's... That's a promise. You guys love seeing me. So with that being said, there's been a lot of work. You guys know we're working hard on the ground, literally, and when I say we, mostly Mike, but there's a lot that has to take place and a lot of processes we all know that has to take place before we can do anything. And so there's a lot of us have been doing different things to get that going. First is as you know, we did a request for qualifications for certified arborists and registered professional foresters. We have had a couple of meetings. I will let Mike hit on that. We also have our community forums that are scheduled, and that is in the memo before you. So that's April 7th in Columbia at Columbia Elementary, the school cafeteria. April 12th at the Board of Supervisors chambers. April 14th in Twain Hart Elementary, and April 19th at Tenaya Elementary in Groveland. Yesterday we also did attend the tree mortality task force meeting at the Capitol. Those are always very well attended. I walked away feeling very positive from that meeting. It was probably one of the first ones. I'm looking at Supervisor Hanvelt. I think we all walked away feeling as if we're starting to now see some movement. There's a lot that we're asking for, a lot that everyone has to kind of feel their way around, much like we did in drought. It's new. They've never gone down this road before, and so listening to what everyone is doing is essential. So with that being said, what I'd like to do is have our project coordinator, Mike Albright, give you an update on the actions and the work that he's been doing. And then we can come back with some questions. And I know Supervisor Hanvelt has some things he'd like to share from our meeting yesterday. So thank you.
Well, good morning, Chairman Rotifer, board members, staff. Glad to be here. Mike Albrecht. I'll give you an update, I guess, on what we're trying to do, and I think we're having some success. First of all, you have a very good Tuolumne County Tree Mortality Task Force here, very active. They've been doing a good job, and we've got a plan after a lot of work and thinking about it. And the plan is really based on some pretty basic realizations that this is a very shared problem. As we look through particularly the subdivisions and up and down the roads, we got roads where trees are going to hit the roads, they're going to hit power lines, they're going to hit the highway, and certainly going to hit homes. And the stark reality it's hit me over the last month is we've got a real threat to human life and property. And so we need to do something quickly and effectively. So we kind of stepped back and thought, how can we do this in the most coordinated effort so that we go through our subdivisions or down these roads and one time get this problem solved if we can, instead of multiple entries by multiple agencies, all with limited budgets. Is there a way we can do this where essentially go with one pass and get the job done and hopefully save everybody a little bit of money? So we put this idea forth to our core team on March 11th, and the core team is Tuolumne County, CAL FIRE, Cal OES, PG&E, and Caltrans. I would say those are our basic folks involved in trying to put this together. And what we're going to propose is something on a pilot project basis. Okay, we're going to try something here that hasn't really been tried before. Keep an open book accounting, because it's going to call for mixing some money from everybody a little bit, and here's the essence of it. What we're going to try to do is first of all get our contracted foresters and arborists. We've got 6 under contract, working with PG&E's tree marking folks. Get all the trees marked. First of all, get everything identified that's got to come out, both for the PG&E power lines and for our roads. Secondly, we'll have PG&E, hopefully, and we got a few more little wrinkles in this one to work out, but hopefully PG&E will then do all the timber falling. That's really the high risk, tough part of this project. Get trees from vertical to horizontal. So we're gonna count on PG&E and their crews to get that done. The trade-off is then we'll come in, Tuolumne County, with our licensed timber operators and tree service folks, and we've got 8 of those under contract right now in the county, which is really great. I'm glad to be able to say that. Like the county south of us, Mariposa, they only have 3 LTOs in the whole county that exist. We've got a whole bunch of them. We've got 8 of them under contract. They'll come in and do the logging, in essence, get the logs moved to the local markets. And what we're going to try to do is get the logs right on trucks and get them right to the markets. We've talked to Sierra Pacific, to American Wood Fibers, to Ultra Power, and they're ready to take material. We'll try to get to the local markets first, then we'll go to sort yards and additional wood yards as needed. Once those logs are moved, CAL FIRE, who has purchased through the state chippers and cleanup equipment, they're going to come behind us and do the cleanup, which will be really great. So PG&E is going to do what they're good at, get the trees on the ground. We're going to do what we're good at, log them. CAL FIRE is going to come clean it up. So we'll be moving along with that kind of a system. And then Caltrans has agreed to wherever county roads intersect the highways, or probably even where we're working adjacent, they're going to supply traffic control. Professional, keep us from having a wreck. And so if we can get all that working together, it will be, I don't think it's necessarily precedent setting, but we hope it's something other counties can duplicate, that they're going to like the idea. We took that idea to the governor's task force yesterday, and not for approval. They're just, they're all liking that. They all shaking their head, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They like that coordinated approach. That's what they're looking for. So let's see if there's anything else I want to tell you about that. We're going to do it on a pilot project basis. Well, yeah, where we're going to start is in Leisure Pines, and that's I think kind of the poster child for Tuolumne County, and there's been a lot of news about Leisure Pines. We'll try to move it from there to Miwok, and then over to something in the Groveland area. I got a very interesting call last night. Supervisor Gray, you'll be interested in this. The Forest Service has a contract for Ferretti Road, for trees that are going to hit Ferretti Road. And pretty much on the east side, there's a lot of trees and they ask, hey, can we work with the county and use our timber operator, ours being the Forest Service, it's going to do that Forest Service project, and pick up the rest of the county trees along that road. That's exactly the kind of coordination we're looking for. We're going to try to make that happen. They're a very big part of our task force, so I'm hoping we can put that together as also sort of a pilot project on how the county can work with the Forest Service on some of our joint effort roads that have problems and get it done. So I think we want to also note that our umbrella over this is no lost time accidents, safety. We report out on that every time we have a meeting. We're going to talk about, hey, we all safe? Hopefully, yep. And that's our overriding goal in this. So, hope that makes sense.
Okay.
I do want to make sure that the board is aware that as we look at pilot projects, we are looking the funding for this, and we are, and that's what we kind of wanted from the task force yesterday, is realizing that we may need some flexibility and creativity on the side of how do we work within the balance of CDAA, or the California Disaster Assistance Act funding. And there's many ways we can look at this, but I just want to make sure the board is completely aware that these are pilot projects. There is I don't think there will be, but there is a risk that there could be a portion that ends up not being eligible. Now, Wade Crowfoot, who is the special advisor to the governor, really, really appreciated the idea of the coordination amongst the state, federal, local agencies, and private. When I say that there is a chance, when we look at the trees that are being felled and the trees that PG&E is falling those trees, there was some concern that we would be picking up PG&E trees, not just our own trees, and therefore wanting us to allocate those costs as we transport. And, of course, my response back was, so you would rather have us take a logging truck up there, pick up our own trees, and not fill that logging truck at the same cost of what it would be anyways, and take it down to the yard. Well, of course, that's not what they want. So they're being creative as well. And I just want to make sure that you are aware of those, that there is a small risk that there could be a portion of this that ends up not being eligible. I will do everything I can, as you know that I will, and I would take it back up to the task force to present to them. I really do believe that when we look amongst all of the agencies, this will save time and money. PG&E has acknowledged that right now, and you're seeing this in your districts, when the places that PG&E has already felled trees, they go back around to go fall trees again, and those trees are still there because homeowners cannot afford to remove those trees. So they now have unsafe conditions that their own contractors are working in because they're crawling over the top of trees that are still there. They've acknowledged, and yesterday PG&E was absolutely on board. They spoke that they will do everything they can to make this work. But they have acknowledged not only will they be able to probably work as a contractor under Caltrans to get some reimbursement for doing our own tree work along certain roads, but also it will save time and money for them when their contractors go back out to those locations and those trees are no longer stacked on each other. So just want to make sure that the board is aware of that. But the two areas, and both Leisure Pines and Miwok are really, really bad, and especially in Miwok where there's a lot of houses that are very, very close together. We need to get that cleaned up. You probably, and this is for you and as well for those who are listening, and Alex with the Union Democrat did an excellent article. He met with us after our meeting last Friday. And one of the primary reasons we wanted to have that meeting with Alex was that we as in Ethan Beligmeyer in our office, sent out 105 letters and right of entry permits. These right of entry permits that were drafted by County Council are what will allow our foresters and arborists and contractors to come onto private property, remove trees that may be threatening public infrastructure. If they do not sign these forms, we will not be able to go in and assist them. And they will read, when they read these letters, it said you may have trees that threaten, because that's some of the questions we get. Well, I don't have any. Well, they still have the opportunity to have someone come in there and look what are green trees but are infested, and they, you can't tell unless this is something that is your skill set. So I want to make sure that the community knows that that's the intent. It's not to go in there and do anything other than look for beetle-infested trees or already dead trees or drought trees as well. It's not just beetle-infested. And then also want to make sure that that we did, Mike and I did go out into a tour on the Tuolumne Band and Miwok Indians Reservation. And while they cannot apply for CDAA, they are allowed to have a county or operational area sponsor them if they are outside their financial resources. we agreed while we were there that they're not outside their financial resources, but there is a way that we can coordinate with them to assist the reservation, and we are working with them currently to do that. In fact, Dory Beats with the tribe drove down with Supervisor Hanvelt and myself yesterday, and they've been an incredible partner. We all know that. We look forward to working with them in the future. And I think, with the other thing I make sure that we put out there too is that Ethan Beligmeyer, again, in our office, worked with Cal OES and Caltrans to get a right of way expansion with Caltrans. So they will now not just do trees directly adjacent to the highways, but they will go from 100 feet outside the center line on both sides. And so we are the only county right now that has put that in. It's been approved by Cal OES. And then yesterday, Daryl Hykins, who was with Department of Transportation, said now they're looking at trying to just get one statewide rather than every county trying to do that individually. But that's something Ethan already initiated. He was able to get it through, and he got it approved by Cal OES. So it's lots of work that's been taking place. We're really excited. And what Wade Crowfoot yesterday told us after we presented this, that he was excited to see the progress that we had made in April. And Mike and I looked at each other and kind of said, okay, I guess we better get moving. So with that said, it looks like.
Yes.
Sure. First of all, I just want to say that I greatly appreciate the efforts to put together this coordinated effort. That's an outstanding approach. I think that will be successful in taking advantage of economy of scales. And I'm up the hill all the time, so I see all the onesie-twosie operations, and it's very difficult to deal with the problem with the magnitude that we're facing in that way. So I think that is the right thing to do. I get calls almost every single day from constituents that have wood material left on their properties from PG&E crews and so forth, and that's a big problem for people. So I think this is a potential solution that I think will deal with that. So that's a wonderful. Let's see. So, got a couple other points I wanted to bring up. Private lands that are not included in this. I got a call from a couple people from the Word of Life Church who have volunteers, and they actually have resources. They're going to do some fundraising, and they're willing to commit funds to help with, say, elderly people on fixed incomes that don't have the funds to do this. So I think I forwarded them to you. You did get in touch with them? Okay.
I have not yet. I got your email, and I have not talked to them, but I will.
So I'm going to be looking for things like that, solutions to the areas where the state money's not going to touch. So that's one potential option. I think it's the same problem for those kinds of crews as PG&E, to where they don't have a place to take a lot of the material. So as we solve that, I know there was talk about transfer facilities and things like that. I don't know if we have any more progression on those.
As in sorting yards, that's what we've been, or wood
That's,
yards?
Yeah, I was thinking if there's like a central location where timber operators that are doing private work can dispose of the material and then we can sort through it. I was thinking, Camage area or something like that, something close to the mill that's centralized. That's going to be a need. And then the last thing, this is short notice, but Tracy, I was going to see tomorrow at 3. I have office hours in Miwok. Last month I showed up and I had a giant room full of people, and I couldn't answer the questions the way that you can. If there's any way that you can squeeze that in for like an hour up at the Miwok Library.
Okay.
Yeah. If I can steal you, that would be beneficial, I think, especially since we've got some of these projects that are probably going to move up in that direction. I think I can probably help with the right of entry forms and things like that, and I think a lot of the people there can as well. So maybe if you bring some information on that, they can start working on.
So if I can't, Evan, of course, I see Mike's already writing it down. One of us
Or
can make
Ethan,
sure we're
or
there.
just
Yeah,
somebody
we'll make
that
sure that someone
knows
is there.
more.
And I'll see you there.
Okay.
Every time someone says something like that, Mike's just like, all right, yeah.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think important. This is kind of a poster child to get along. I believe we could do not just trees, but we could do a lot of other things by working on the same concept. So you'd be commended. Now, I forwarded you an email I think yesterday about a lady that was concerned about her trees. Is that the approach that you want when we get a complaint? I cannot answer all the questions, so just give them to you guys.
Yeah, if you send it to myself or to Ethan, any three of us can answer
Okay.
those, and we'll make sure
Okay.
that we can at least answer what we can. You're right. Right now, there is nothing for private landowners. We are using the full flexibility, as you know, that we can, and going on private land to remove anything that might threaten public infrastructure. But
Yeah, I think in some of these cases that there could be just somebody going out and looking at that specific problem. They may find that it is infrastructure there, and
could be.
maybe not take care of all the problem, but some of the problems. So I will continue to send those love letters that I received to the staff.
okay, and I know Ethan has been keeping a database, so if something does come up, yeah. Sorry, the other thing that Mike was just telling me about, in Colorado, I know I'm not going to speak all that. There was they had the emergency watershed protection. Lake Arrowhead. No, I'm sorry, not Colorado. And that actually comes through NRCS originally. I did make contact with Amy Rocha. She's researching it. But that, if it were to happen, could help private landowners. And I know Randy has spent some time talking with some individuals about that, as has Mike. But that might be something, might be a potential. But to get that, we do have to have a federal proclamation. And I think that Supervisor Hanvelt will probably touch on that as well, because that was something he was discussing yesterday.
Okay. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I'd like to share with you some very sobering information. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Tuolumne County Tree Mortality Task Force, not only those that are present, but those others. They're working hard, and we are ahead of the game, everybody else. I mean, as much as we feel this is awesome and unbelievable, and we're a little behind, we're ahead. Hard to believe. But on February 22nd, I testified in front of the Assembly. My talking points were distributed. People, and if the public wants to see them, they can see them too. But on Friday, I think the 26th, it was that Mike and I were at McClellan at a Forest Service program talking about Good Neighbor Authority. The first two presentations of the day were more than sobering. The first one, a young lady put together a set of charts and talked about the propagation of bark beetles. These things propagate so fast, it is unbelievable. It's just beyond your imagination. But then the second conversation was with a man in Washington who lived through the experience in Colorado. What I want you to think about is how long this is going to go on. He showed build-up charts for the state of Colorado that went from 1996 to 2008, 12 years. We later had a conversation with him to expand on what he told us to learn more. 12 years, the beetle literally ate itself out of house and home. Once the beetle didn't start declining until the source of food, if you will, declined. That is terrifying. So 12 years. And we talked to him about private lands, and we talked to him about trees. We know that at least 3 trees have come down in Mariposa County in the last couple of weeks. They come out by the roots, not breaking off at the top necessarily. And in these cases, these 3 trees went through houses. Okay? And Mike had made the comment, did people die in Arizona? Yes, they did. I don't know how many, but people died. And this is terrifying to me, but I want people to understand the seriousness of the situation. Trees near buildings are a threat. When they die, they become a threat immediately. And so this is a really serious thing. I want to compliment our team on putting a coordinated effort together. There was a lot of reluctance on the part of some individuals at the state level to accept that kind of a program, but I think it got some pretty positive high-level acceptance, and so I'm hoping that that'll work for us. But there are things that are not done that need to be done, and I want to keep you mindful of those. We do not have a presidential declaration. We do not have a governor's request yet for a presidential declaration. I brought that up yesterday, and several people chimed in on that. And I think Wade got the message. I'm hoping that we will get a request from the governor. There are more counties involved. Right now, they're only dealing with 6 counties. This is growing. It's going to expand all the way north, in my view. There's no reason to assume that it would do otherwise based on the Colorado experience. Where it'll stop, no one knows. Be prepared for the long term. The biomass plants are not out of the woods. In my opinion, the PUC, Air Resources Board, and the electric power suppliers haven't bought into the magnitude of the problem. We have to keep pressing on that because we need plants like Pacific Ultra Power. So I just want people to understand this problem is huge. It is a very dangerous situation. We need that, by the way, you need that presidential declaration so we can extend our money, leverage it even further. And we need to find creative ways to make this thing happen. It's not going away overnight. We're going to live with it for a long time. Tracy's going to be back here every month for the foreseeable future, asking us to extend this case of emergency. So that's what I want to add to the situation. Okay. And if you want to take public comment before we move, we can do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a comment here too before I open it up to the public. Everything that all of my colleagues, but especially just Supervisor Hanvelt's discussion of the severity and the seriousness of the situation is all true. And I wholeheartedly endorse everyone's comments. I want to put a little bit, I guess, without minimizing those comments, I want to put a little bit of a positive spin on what's going on here. I really do believe that we're going to, I don't know how we don't have some serious accidents and stuff with falling trees. The magnitude of the problem is such that we aren't. And we all recognize that, but I have to tell you, I'm really impressed with the cooperative, collaborative approach that we're taking. I'm really, I think this county needs to know that your county government is playing the leadership role in the state of California in dealing with this emergency that I agree with Supervisor Hanvelt is eventually going to consume the entire Sierra Nevadas. And possibly the Cascades as well. But we are out there doing everything possible that our resources will allow us to do. And we're trying to enhance those resources. Again, I would, without criticizing him too much, I think it's unconscionable that the governor hasn't asked for a federal state of emergency yet, and we will continue to push for that. I just want to remind everybody that the board and the staff actually have day jobs, okay? We've been in a state of emergency except for 2 weeks ever since the first start of rimfire. And we're continuing to do the normal county services, and I think doing them at a relatively high level, in spite of the fact that tremendous amount of resources are being drained, and some of us are being drained as well. And our staff is working very, very hard to do both jobs, dealing with the emergencies and dealing with them. And I want to thank Mike Albrecht for his leadership role in putting together a very good, cohesive strategy to dealing with this as best we can. I would caution the public that they also have a responsibility to protect themselves, and we'll try and tap into as much resources as we can through the various both public and private enterprises to try and help, especially those people that really need the help. But it's incumbent on all of us. But again, I want to thank the staff. Again, they do have day jobs, and they're continuing to do those as well as deal with this emergency. And with that, I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move in favor of extending the state of emergency for the tree mortality issue.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. If there's no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Abstain? Okay, we have a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Brennan absent. And would the clerk of the board please read item 8? You're still up.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming March 2016 as Red Cross Month in Tuolumne County.
Thank you for braving traffic.
My deepest apologies. I live over by Mountain Ranch.
I know.
And so with all the trucks going through, unfortunately, they get stuck in the mud, the big rigs, and so my apologies. But I do want to say thank you very much for considering this. Red Cross is working really hard to build up our volunteer base in Tuolumne County. I have been moved permanently to handle all of the mother load now, so I have Calaveras, Tuolumne, Amador, and Alpine counties. And from the Rim Fire and the Butte Fire, we learned quite a few things. Red Cross learned a lot, and so from that we are building and expanding our resources up here, bringing more resources in, and strategically placing them in locations. As we saw with the Butte Fire and the Rim Fire, it went in such an erratic places that I didn't have equipment in some of those areas where we should have had. So now that's what we're working on, is getting this equipment, trailers and things like that, placed in areas where if for some reason fire, flood, or something comes in the way, we still have equipment there to work with. We have our home fire campaign, which is going on in Tuolumne County and the rest of the counties. Jolynn is heading that for me. We've done 2 canvases, one in Sonora and the other one in Columbia, which was very successful. We installed a total of about 100 smoke alarms in homes. So the goal for Tuolumne County is 500 smoke alarms between now and June 25th. So we're working hard on that. And then the other program that we're starting is our Senior Preparedness Awareness, which will be going out and speaking with the seniors and doing preparedness kits for our seniors. We discovered while doing the home fire campaign that how many of them were not prepared in any way, did not even realize how they could get out of their own home if something went wrong. So that pointed at us and said we really needed to do something. So that is on our program for this year as well. Anything you'd like to ask?
Well, I just want to say that during the Rim Fire, I had the pleasure of dealing with the Red Cross on a daily basis, sometimes twice a day, in our shelter. And the experience was incredible. You do great and wonderful things under the most trying of circumstances. And I just wanted to thank you for all that you do for everybody in all the counties that you serve. Before I read the proclamation, are there any other comments from the board? Go ahead, John. Supervisor Gray.
He has a tendency to ignore me, so
He couldn't get his finger on the button fast enough.
well, obviously, thanks for all your service. But on your smoke alarm programs and the programs that the Red Cross does have, how do people find out about them?
Actually, we've joined forces with the fire department, and so a lot of we put it in the newspaper. We're putting them into flyers. Something that we just did in Ione, which was a product of Ione Fire Department, was they came up with a plan of using the Meals on Wheels. So Meals on Wheels would go out 2 weeks before us when they're delivering their food with a flyer explaining that on this weekend, the fire department and Red Cross will be installing smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors. It was a huge success. The fire department then went out 4 days before our canvas and did it again. Actually got folks signed up, and so that when we did the canvas, we ended up doing 146 smoke alarms based on that by getting the information out to them 2 weeks before our arrival. So that is something that we're working on now, of actually putting it in the newspaper and getting the flyers sent out on Meals on Wheels and giving it to all our senior and mobile home parks to distribute.
Okay, and if you would send those flyers to us.
Oh, absolutely.
We can help get those out. We have
that would be fantastic.
Individually, we have some pretty extensive email list, and I certainly would like to get a flyer and send it out to the people if possible.
Oh, that would be great. We would really appreciate that. We are now working on the schedule. Jolene and I with the fire departments are working on the schedule. Our goal is to try to get at least 2 a month in on the weekends. I've got them 2 a month in every one of the other counties, and that's what we're working on here as well.
Christina has a real good list also of getting out to people that we just developed recently. So,
absolutely, I'll make sure that gets in.
Okay.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hanvelt, you found your button?
I found the button. I just have to say thank you. I worked with you during Rimfire, and I know what you do. Most people think of the Red Cross and they're taking care of somebody else until it comes home, and you do terrific work. You overachieved as far as I'm concerned out here, and that is tough to do. And you provided people shelter and comfort in times when they were under the most stress. I mean, houses were threatened, homes were threatened, and you worked with us very well, and we can't say enough how much we appreciate that. With that, I'll move in favor of the proclamation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt and a second by Supervisor Royce. If there's no other comments from the board, I'm going to open it up to the public. Any public comment?
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, OES coordinator. I would be amiss if I did not get up and say thank you to Debbie and our volunteers. Many times Debbie is contacting me before I even have a chance to contact her. I've heard of this. Do you need me? Not only during the Rimfire did Debbie and her volunteers, were they in our EOC, did they make sure that they were feeding all of those that were in the shelters, but many don't know that they were providing meals to all of us in the EOC, to our deputies who were stationed out at various areas of within the county. But then also during the Calaveras, when Calaveras went through their fire, many don't know that Debbie had thought she lost her own home for a little bit of time, and I was standing out here talking with her while she was still running volunteers and doing what she needed to do while she thought she'd lost her home. And I just think you're incredible, and the leadership that you demonstrate and the volunteers that we have are incredible, and we're very, very fortunate to have Debbie. When I get a comment, I can't reach Red Cross, I don't know how to do it, I pull out my phone and I text her, and within seconds that day in Calaveras, I had an answer back from her. I'm here. What do you need? So I just want everyone to know how fortunate we are that we have you, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, before I read the proclamation, are there any other public comments? Okay, before I read the proclamation, I'll make one pitch on their behalf. If you're out there listening and you're wondering how you can help your community, become a Red Cross volunteer. It's the best way, I think, that I know of to do that. And with that, I'll read the proclamation and then we'll vote on it. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne proclaiming March 2016 as American Red Cross Month. Whereas every year, March has become known as Red Cross Month, thereby giving the American Red Cross an opportunity to promote its services and celebrate its successes in serving communities across the United States, just like Tuolumne County. And whereas Americans have a long history of rising to meet humanitarian challenges, and the American Red Cross is a leader in these efforts. And whereas during American Red Cross Month, we honor this dedication and reaffirm the importance of volunteering time and contributing resources to make our communities and the work better. And whereas from offering blood drives and life-saving courses to providing disaster relief services at home, throughout the nation and abroad, American Red Cross employees and volunteers work countless hours to care for those in need and serve a cause greater than self. And whereas recently in Calaveras County, the American Red Cross responded to Butte Fire and provided residents with information and assistance at all evacuation centers, and we recognize that this catastrophic event could wreak havoc on our communities in Tuolumne County. And whereas here at home, the Motherlode District of the Capital Regional Chapter of the American Red Cross has trained local volunteers, supported by over 30,000 other chapter volunteers ready to respond to Tuolumne County at a moment's notice should they be needed. And whereas during 2015, American Red Cross conducted a door-to-door home fire preparedness safety campaign in Tuolumne County, installing free smoke detectors in homes and help families to prepare an evacuation plan, which will be an ongoing project. And whereas we are grateful for the tireless work of the volunteers and employees of the Motherlode District of Capital Region Chapter of the American Red Cross, and during this month, we pay tribute to this remarkable organization and all of those who have answered the call to serve a cause greater than self in offering support and healing in times of need. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, State of California, do hereby proclaim March 2016 as American Red Cross Month. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the resolution passes 4-0 with Supervisor Brennan absent. Thank you very much for braving the traffic and the mud and everything else.
It was important.
And
Thank you.
keep doing the great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break and be back. We'll actually make it a 12-minute break. We'll be back at 35 after the hour.
So this one here, key sheets.
Would the clerk please read item 15A?
Consideration of approving correspondence in support of Assembly Bill 1758 in regards to continued broadband expansion.
Daniel.
Good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We had thank you for putting this on your agenda as a non-agenda item. We received information last Friday that there's an Assembly Bill 1758 about the California Advanced Services Fund, making amendments to that group and allowing fiscal amendments to it. They set aside hundreds of millions of dollars to advance broadband throughout the state of California. This has allowed the Central Sierra Connect, your local broadband consortium, which is it encompasses several counties of which we are a member, allows them to function. They coordinate broadband efforts within this county and others. The CASF would expire in 2020, leaving much of the broadband work unfinished. And so this bill would allow this good work to continue and to expand. They're right now gathering letters of support for a hearing, legislative hearing, which will occur on March 28th. And so this is the last opportunity for your board to adopt a letter. A draft letter has been prepared for your consideration.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the letter to, I can't remember the name of the.
Okay. I got a motion by a forgetful Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce.
I killed it.
On staff recommendation? Okay. Any other discussion at all? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 4-0. Oh, I'm sorry, abstain. 4-0 with Supervisor Brennan absent. Would the clerk of the board please read item 17? We'll get back to it.
Consideration of approving correspondence opposing SB 876 regarding enforcement of local ordinances affecting public health and safety and property that is owned by a governmental entity or property upon which there is an easement for a public use and that is held open to the public.
Supervisor Handbelt.
Okay. Well, I became aware of this this bill passing or going through the Senate, and the concerns that it offers, if you will. It basically, in my mind, if you've read the thing, it offers homeless people the right to use public facilities, land, in a preferential manner, and I just think this is not the way to solve the homeless problem. Some of these people do this by choice, but even those that need help, we need to find a different way to do this. Not make Courthouse Park and maybe even this building open to people to camp in. So I just think we need to indicate our opposition to this and finding a better solution.
Okay. Any questions of Supervisor Handbelt? Any public comment?
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, George Cigarini. The City Council took this issue up at their last meeting and is opposed to it. It can severely limit local jurisdictions on enforcement of laws that they think are appropriate for their local community, and in my opinion does nothing to solve the problem of the homelessness. So just to let you know that the city has opposed this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ayala.
Yeah, spell that right. Michael Ayala, Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. The Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, starting with the Government Affairs Council, then our board last week, also have taken a position of oppose. We don't see positive outcome from giving preferential treatment to this group of citizens, unlike others, and so we will be sending a letter of opposition as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Mr. Chairman, just to add in, because I know your board's addressing the policy aspects of this, and I don't think I know in doing this the board is not taking a position in opposition to doing something positive to help with homeless issues. And in your staff report and in the letter, it also outlines several of the things that have been ongoing in the county to help with the situation of homelessness in Tuolumne County. But to impose something on a statewide basis is not the answer, which is basically what this letter is saying. And in talking with CSAC staff about this, they're monitoring that as well. And CSAC hears it from all different angles, as this board's discussed in the past. And I know my personal message to them is, never tie our hands, provide flexibility for each jurisdiction, because what may work in one jurisdiction may not, in another. And anyway, those are my comments that I personally made to CSAC staff in this regard.
Okay, thank you. So bring it back to the board then. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move in favor of sending a letter in opposition to SB 876.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Hanvelt moved and Supervisor Royce seconded the motion to send a letter in opposition. If there's no further comments, questions, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Abstained? 401 with Brennan absent. And we'll go ahead and do item 16 now.
Reports.
Okay, reports. I will start with the clerk.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Okay, I will go to County Council.
Thank you. Over the last several weeks, Carlin Drivdahl spent over 30 hours reviewing a CRA issue related to the Central Valley Water Board on a permit for a project. Chris, as you saw earlier, spent a great deal of time working with Airbnb on that contract, as well as doing some contract work for the assessor recorder. Cody was busy with 5 contested court trials. I was busy with working on tree mortality, drought task force issues, as well as attending the Executive Leadership Symposium offered by CSAC. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, just 2 items, Mr. Chair. One is when we talked about the NDRC grant last time, there was a media event that was initially planned for March 17th. So this week, it's last word I received, it's been moved to April 8th. That could be subject to change too. So as soon as I have something tied down, on that, I will make sure that the board is aware, as well as our local, media, outlets. But I have nothing new to report on NDRC since then. It's all gone quiet. They're working on those agreements that I mentioned last time. And the other, I just wanted to share appreciation of my staff. The chairman's words were, I thank you for those words, that people are working their tails off in there. As you know, we're a little short right now, and people are trying to do their best to deal with the big things that we need to deal with in the office right now and keep things moving forward. I can feel that we're a little bit behind where we normally are in some things, but we have some massive things that we're dealing with that we normally don't. And just for the board to know, the 2 analyst positions that your board approved some time ago, that recruitment actually closes today. So hopefully that means some help is on the way, soon. But thank you for your patience through all this.
Okay, thank you. Are you getting some good applicants?
I'll get to look at them this evening.
Okay. Supervisor Hanbelt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I reported on some of the tree mortality issues. I also attended by special invitation, a Forest Service meeting with our unit chief, Josh White, talking about their preparation for the new fire season, which is coming upon us very quickly. And that also, by the way, concerns me relative to the tree mortality issue. We'll likely lose some of the CAL FIRE and certainly some of our logger participation in things. I recently spoke at a 49er Rotary luncheon, and I also did a Rotary speech contest. Judged that. That was very interesting. When the kids get up and prepare for these things, you've got to be encouraged by the quality of kids we have, and the kids are out there doing really good things. So I just wanted to add that. With that, I have nothing more to report.
Okay. Supervisor Gray?
It's a quick report. Last week I attended 2 town hall meetings, one in Lake Don Pedro, and I'm going to estimate there was probably 150 people there. The subject was guns, concealed weapons, legalities of shooting guns in the area, and then a few road questions. So 150 people. Also questions on crime. So the next night we had town hall in Groveland, and it concerning early intervention in drugs with youth. And it was interesting. We had 11 people show up to that one. And the contrast is if we could put more energy in helping the problem up front and have the 150 people attend the second town hall meeting, I think would be a lot more beneficial than to have the 150 after the fact. So people out there, if you're listening, get involved in these early prevention drug programs if you can. We have an organization in Groveland. It's called GAINS, and they have a spin-off of that. It's called CASA, and it's a really good group. They're really trying in the community, and we need to catch it early so that we don't have to go out and buy guns and shoot people. We've got it backwards right now, so that's my report.
Thank you. Another report from Supervisor Royce. Okay, my report. On March 2nd, I attended the very compelling, I guess that's the best word I can, Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office award ceremony. There were some very significant achievements made by individuals in the past year, not the least of which was the downtown shooting in Sonora and several other cases where people's lives were saved or made incredibly better by members of our sheriff's office. And I always am reminded at times like that the sacrifices that our law enforcement personnel make every day are incredible, but also the stresses not just on them but on their families and loved ones are manifest as well. And I was very proud to be able to attend that award ceremony and recognize not just the deputies and their work, but also their families as well. And wonderful event. That evening, I worked with our veterans on the Tuolumne County Veterans Council that is represented by all of our veterans organizations on the facilities issues that we've got with our two veterans halls, the one here in downtown Sonora and also the one out in Tuolumne. On the 3rd, I went to the second tour that I've had at Jamestown Elementary, and I have to tell you, they're doing some incredibly good stuff. I reported, I believe, last month on their Science Academy. They have another voluntary program for first and second graders. It's a dual immersion education program where they do their academics in both Spanish and English. And it's a 50-50 project there where half the time they're speaking English and half the time they're speaking Spanish. And it actually had I would characterize it, about 60% of the kids were native English speakers and 40% of them were native Spanish speakers, and it was wonderful to watch the interaction in both languages. Coming from where I came from, one of the great strategic shortfalls in the United States is foreign language capabilities, and as much as I believe that English is our national language in the United States, anything that allows people to be multilingual is a huge asset for our country and our communities, and this is just one of the most incredible programs I've seen. They're planning on expanding it by moving the kids that are in the program now 1 year forward and bringing in a new set of kids every year, and eventually it'll go all the way up to 6th grade. And programs like it throughout the state, they test at the end of 6th grade, and there's actually an accreditation for being fluent and literate in the language, the foreign language. So, incredible program. That school is doing some remarkable things. I also spoke to Leadership Tuolumne County on our jail program, the whole Law and Justice Center, and how important that is. It was in their law enforcement segment, and that was a pleasure as well. On the 4th, I went with staff to Stockton, to the Caltrans facility down there, on a meeting on some public comments that we've received on the Rawhide Bridge project, and we worked through several options with Caltrans, and that work continues on. But that was a very important meeting. On the 6th, I attended, as I'm always do, and I keep mentioning it. I guess I ought to just come out right out and say, if you're not doing anything for breakfast on the first Sunday of every month, the American Legion's sole fundraiser, one of their most important fundraisers, is their pancake breakfast at the Veterans Hall here. I would highly encourage you to go. It's a wonderful event, and I did attend that. On the 8th, I had the good fortune to speak at the Sonora Rotary at the Willow in Jamestown. A good opportunity to just talk directly with the citizens of Tuolumne County. And on the 10th through the 12th, with Supervisor Handbelt and County Council, I attended the CSAC Leadership Symposium that they hold every 2 years. Incredible event. Learned a lot. It's kind of interesting to find out how little you know sometimes in some very critical areas at the age of 65. And that's the end of my report. And with that, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll start right at 11 o'clock for our 11 o'clock appointment. Thank you. Right, the Board of Supervisors meeting, and with that, will the clerk of the board please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
Presentation of a plan to implement and support priority information technology projects and consideration of providing staff direction on related organizational and resource recommendations.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes, thank you. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. One of my duties is I get to oversee the Information Technology Division. At our recent Board of Supervisors retreat, we had a clear message that was delivered by the department heads, and it was that technology is critical in the service delivery, and that they like what they're getting for IT services when they get the IT services, but they want more, they want faster delivery of of their projects. And so today's presentation is to talk about how we can accomplish this task of getting more, faster, quicker. So to do that, I'm going to provide you with some history and go through what IT actually does and how it can change. So first of all, just some basic history, and Craig Pedro, he used to oversee the IT division. He can probably chime in and give you more details if he wants. He was the first one to actually open up a computer here in Tuolumne County, I believe, way back when, in the 80s. So email really started back in email really started in 1997 when we started to deliver email addresses to the departments. The network then was installed in 2000, and over time, each department adopted a software management system to manage what they do. Even the library eventually adopted an online management system. So everything went to the computers. The phone system then transferred from facilities to IT in 2004. The copiers transferred from purchasing to IT in 2012, and the radio system transferred to IT in 2013. So slowly but surely, IT keeps taking on additional tasks as things became computerized. In terms of manpower, people power, at its height, IT numbered 27 full-time equivalents in 06-07. This was reduced when the hospital was closed down. Then we went through a series of budget cuts, and we just lost employees. Certainly during the recession, we lost not only an IT manager, supervisors, technicians, network and systems analysts. So across the board, from management to the front line, IT lost positions. And it was reduced to 15 full-time equivalents in 2011 to 12. Since that time, we did add a radio coordinator to the current count of 16 FTEs. So it's been reduced significantly over time. At the same time, the services that IT has provided continues to escalate. We now use the cloud. We talked about the cloud about 5 years ago, and this magical Disneyland type thing, like it's something that's out there, but we don't know what it is and we don't know how to access it. Well, since that time, the local internet service providers, we've brought in significant infrastructure, broadband technology to Tuolumne County, and so yes, we are using the cloud for some of our major management systems, including the district attorney's office, probation, the Board of Supervisors. Right now, your Granicus video streaming is using the cloud. The website is based. All these are systems that are emanating from network operations in other states. Recreation, library. So our recommendation for this area in the cloud is to acquire a secondary internet connection as a fail-safe. Right now, the county's internet connection is with Comcast. It probably has a 99% uptime, but every once in a while we have experienced an outage, and so we think it would be wise to acquire a secondary source. And that's something we would put into next year's budget. The app world, wireless, open government. Apps it reminds me of the website. When websites became the latest and greatest thing, all the departments started to create their own websites. Apps, I think, is a similar type situation. They're really simple to use for the end user. You can put them on your phone, your iPad, your computer, so it's easy to connect. We do have an app for Tuolumne County and TC Connect. This requires us to have more wireless connections. The departments have stated clearly we want wireless in our offices because their management systems have wireless features in them. An example of that is the eTrackIt system, which is your building permit system over at A&F building. They don't have wireless technology there, and yet that's a major system. Your Granicus system here in the board chambers, fortunately, there is wireless, so people can bring up the agenda items electronically, but that's not the case in all departments. Open government is something that's being required from the federal and state government, saying you need to have all your documents online. There's recent legislation that's requiring us to produce more and more things. You have to have things online, and so open government is something we need to prepare for. We do not have a county-wide document management system, but that's something we need to prepare for. So our recommendation here is to continue to use consultant services to install wireless in key county facilities. That is not an inexpensive endeavor. We've put some cost to that for various facilities, and we can bring that back to at a later date. Wireless. Physical security, this is something that IT we didn't do. It was just, when you talk physical, you think of doors and locks. Well, IT is very much into the door and lock industry and access control, where it's coordinated between facilities management and information technology with a badging system, card readers, also video surveillance. We do have some video surveillance in the county, but many more departments are demanding we need this for security purposes. And so our recommendation here is to establish a county security for each physical security element and then to use contractors for the installation. We have a security standard, a video security for videos. So we make sure we have the same types of cameras that we know how to service, and also DVRs so we can record the video. Enterprise systems. When you talk enterprise, a definition is major software implementations where lots of departments are involved. Some of these would be your phone system. Everyone has a phone at their desk. The tax system, that's where your county's the county's major revenue comes in. The finance, human resources, budget system. And within the Law and Justice Center, we have multiple systems in the law and justice community. So these are all major projects that are going on right now. Taking on just one of these is a very difficult task, and right now we have all of these going on. So our recommendation here is to add additional staff and network and application development staff to IT, and then also to use contractors wisely. For example, in the phone system area, we have a contractor, Client First, who's right now scoping out, and will be developing our request for proposal to acquire a new phone system. At the same time, contractors are more expensive, but you hire them, they get you what you need, and then they leave. You don't have that ongoing expense. Within the law and justice community, public safety, as you know, the board and for IT, it is our number one priority to make sure we have a safe place to live. When something goes down, for example, dispatch or some major software system goes down in public safety, it's a priority one. We respond to it immediately. We have made significant improvements in public safety areas and their network and some of their system, district attorney, probation, public defender, for example. But there is a desire for greater efficiencies so that these departments can interact and share data between each other. And so there's a number of projects that I'll show later on that would accomplish this. Once again, a recommendation is to add additional staff so we can have greater flexibility and respond to them quicker, and to use contractors, which we do right now. In the infrastructure area, none of these projects can take place if we didn't have a robust network. We have not really upgraded our network since the initial installation, other than replacing an occasional switch. We have a major upgrade that's been going on the last probably 18 months due to the phone system upgrade. We've increased network speeds in the major county facilities. We have a couple of more major ones. And then we need to go out into the outlying areas, such as the ag and airport and animal control. You talk the fire stations, the ambulance stations. So we have some significant network upgrades that are taking place. Also, your storage area network, where we save all of our data. Whenever you save a file, it goes to a storage area. Well, that is almost maxed out right now. And so we've acquired this equipment. We need to finish the installation. It requires significant time to do that, and we have contractors who are aiding us in this because this is something we don't do very often. So we bring in the experts to help us accomplish this task. So right here, we're just saying we need to designate specialists within IT to focus on these infrastructure projects so they can have uninterrupted time to complete these projects. Also to add a network employee. So this is a chart. It's difficult to read. I think throwing it up here just shows these are significant projects. I didn't throw all the small ones. These are just the significant ones that are going on. I've already mentioned almost all of these here. The phone system, tax system, replacing the PeopleSoft finance HR budget system. And in the public safety area, we talk about a smart justice system, mobile RIMS, getting computers into the sheriff's vehicles, network access in the courts, which will provide efficiency for the district attorney, public defender, and probation. A number of great public safety projects which are on our list of to-dos. I was able to meet with the public safety departments right here and talk to them and express our desire to serve them better. And so this came from that meeting with them. And I appreciate their cooperation and understanding, and we're trying to take care of them. And we also have a number of planning and construction items. You're aware of the Law and Justice Center. Right there you have the Juvenile Detention Center, the Transit Center, you have the jail, courthouse. All of those require significant IT work in design and construction, significant efforts. We also have the Future Resilience Center from the National Disaster Resilience Competition that we'll need to participate in that design and construction as well. Yeah, there's no numbers here because we have a lot of unknowns. A lot of this is just time of IT staff to attend construction meetings, design plan meetings. So until we know what those systems are, we can't put an actual dollar figure. It's really soft figures. It's staff time involved.
We'll know more later as soon as we know their systems. Question?
Mr. Chairman, this quick question. On these projects, are the IT costs included in the construction costs? Did we include money into those?
Yes. For the Juvenile Detention Center, there's more than $100,000. This is the $100,000 is for infrastructure to get us there.
Okay.
On top of that, there's money included in the juvenile detention budget to take care of their software systems.
My question would be, when we look at the bottom line, how much of money have we included in those costs that would reduce the amount of money that we?
Yeah. This particular $100,000 is money that's already in your budget this year.
Thank you.
Yep. In the infrastructure area, these are things we've already mentioned, the storage area network, but we also have a number of servers. Every year we upgrade your infrastructure, all your major servers, and so we have a number of them that we've purchased some of them, and they sit there, and they need to be installed. It just takes time. There are others that need to be purchased. So anyway, a variety of costs. We've tried to estimate what it would cost the general fund over a number of years, and you can see in next fiscal year we're looking at, if we acquire all these software systems from the phone system, tax system, finance, HR system, number of public safety systems, you're looking at almost $1.1 million worth of general fund dollars for IT. So a significant investment. The following year, 17-18, you're looking at $700,000, and then it goes down from there. These are estimates at this point. We don't have bids, but it's a significant technology investment. In the past, last time we did this, when Mr. Pedro was actually overseeing IT, they actually did an internal loan to fund the network design and also the PeopleSoft implementation. I believe it was around $2 million worth of infrastructure. This is similar in terms of its mass. Its size is significant. So we need to make some investments in this area. Moving on. So how do we accomplish this? We do have a governance process, how we make decisions. I'm going to go over what the Information Technology Steering Board is, the history of IT governance, how we get to the projects and actually accomplish them. So first of all, way back when, I won't tell you the whole story, but projects were brought to the county administrator's office, and there was ultimately a decision made on which projects were being worked on. The departments were not pleased with this, and so that's what we call it, an unsettling displeasure. It was not a good process, and the department said, we need to have a better way of governing how decisions are made within IT. And so we looked to Nevada County. We borrowed from them a user-centric governance model, and it provides representation through what are called communities of interest. And so we adopted this model, and here's kind of a diagram of how it works. At the bottom, you have business solutions teams. For example, we had a web team. Right now, we kind of have a team of the finance departments who are deciding on which finance system we want to purchase. And above that, you have communities of interest. This is groups of departments that meet together. For example, the public safety departments, the development departments, the regulatory departments. They meet together and determine what are our priority projects that we want to submit up to the Information Technology Steering Board for consideration. And the steering board is made up of these representatives of these communities of interest. And this steering board is a group of 7 voting members who gather each year to vote on which technology projects will receive attention during the next fiscal year. That list then is eventually brought to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. Your board adopts a technology list in June, and then in August when you adopt your preliminary and final budgets. And so that's how the process works. And some may say, I don't like it, but it's better than it was because they have a greater say in what occurs within IT and technology projects. But it is a lengthy but a necessary process to provide a good list of when projects will come to fruition. So, is it perfect? No, I already said there are problems associated with any process, and so we're trying to make some tweaks. to this process. One problem is there's always more demands and not enough IT time to accomplish everything. Projects are also sometimes not properly scoped. If we don't have sufficient time to sit down and scope every project, you don't have a properly scoped project. So you say it takes 40 hours to accomplish, when in reality it's going to take you 80 hours. And so right there you have a deficit of hours. Also, we have a definition of what is a project. To make the ITSB list, a project is defined as it's anything over 40 hours. So it's a significant period of time. You think of an employee working an entire week on a project. Well, anything under a week is not a project and is not voted on by the ITSB or your Board of Supervisors. And so what happens now is there are many non-projects that get worked. They get worked on, which is great, but it also means that there are other projects that you guys have set as a priority that are not receiving work. And so it ends up with frustrated departments saying, why is this not getting done? Well, the excuse is there's lots of other things that are not on your list that are receiving attention. And we want to get things done, we understand, but at the same time, it's at the detriment of those prioritized projects. And so what I'm recommending here is to possibly reduce the ITSB project definition to any project that takes over a full day to accomplish, 8 hours. That may be a little on the stingy side. I know that Nevada County has gone down to 8 hours, recognizing that 40 hours is, I think, too high. So we need to recognize that any time that it takes over a day of IT time to accomplish something needs to go to a vote. Needs to make sure that other departments acknowledge, yes, this is a priority, and I want to make sure it gets worked on. Also, I want to make sure there's greater flexibility in amending the ITSB list. So, a process. Got to have governance process. Right now, IT, how are we organized? We have, I'm the pseudo IT manager. Below me, I have two competent managers in network side and desktop and telecommunications services side, and we also have an application development and support side on the far right with an IT project coordinator. And below then we have network analysts, technicians, and systems analysts. There's also a radio communications coordinator and a finance worker. A change we're proposing to do is to reinstate the IT manager. That's the position in yellow on the organizational chart. This position was lost and is sorely needed, so we have strong supervision and leadership at the top. Below this individual would be a network services supervisor and an IT application supervisor. And underneath them would be all the worker bees. And we are proposing one new network analyst and a systems analyst. In priority order, in terms of what I feel is needed, is the IT manager to provide good leadership, and then a network analyst. And then following that, third would be the systems analyst. It is showing that the radio communications coordinator and staff services assistant would continue to report to me for a period of time until the IT manager is working, and for a period of time, then they would shift that supervision directly to the IT manager. So the costs for these three positions is these are annual costs, is $137,000 for the IT manager and $78,000 for each of the network analyst and the systems analyst, for a total annual cost of close to $300,000. So that's where we've been. Is it going to solve all of the problems? Never, because there's always more demand than what we can meet. But I think this will get us in the right direction so that we can better, more efficiently address the IT needs of the county. Open for questions.
Any questions to staff? I'm sorry.
Tell me, existing system, how do you support the people with existing software? I mean, that's your first priority, I assume, keep that operating. So how do you allocate your time? Just do it as you have a problem, or?
For current systems?
Yeah.
That is definitely a challenge. Craig, you want to address that, what Greg Jacob used to say about that one?
Well, what we ended up doing was, we didn't account for that as well as we should, because we kept, particularly going back to Y2K, we replaced about 98% of our systems, and with new, more robust systems. And what we kept doing is adding to our bucket of things to maintain, and it basically sucked up the capacity of the existing staff. It shifted from project delivery to project maintenance, and there was no capacity left, to implement new projects. And then you saw the history, how we reduced, staff and so forth. Technology is different than it was then, but you have to have enough staff to maintain what is, but also you have to have an ability to deliver, the new and upgraded things that people want.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you allocate that work? I mean, what do you plan for?
That's why we have every week you have planning meetings with each of the network staff, the system staff, to say, hey, this is our work plan. We know the maintenance items, and then we have to set aside time to work on projects.
But do you include the customer in your allocation? The customer, whether it be the assessor's office or the sheriff's office, or you include them in this allocation? I mean, they should have some sense.
Yes, they are assigned. Each department is assigned a systems analyst. They're divided into groupings. Most of the departments in this building have a systems analyst who is assigned to them, who meets with the department heads. They're aware with them what their needs are, and they bring them back to the staff meeting and say, hey, we need to work on this project. This project is going to be coming up. We should make sure we have sufficient time. But that's the communication, is we have someone assigned to those departments.
And then how are you prioritizing? We talked a little bit about this at the retreat, but how do you prioritize new systems other than I got so much money and...
Yeah, when we start a fiscal year, we always have an ongoing list of what is happening. And it changes on a daily basis depending on what breaks, what can we plan ahead on. We know that certain projects are moving, and certain ones we say we're going to start that on such and such a date because by that time these projects should be completed. It's an ongoing planning effort, and we prioritize those. Your board prioritizes the list of projects at the beginning of the fiscal year, and we set a plan. This is what we're going to do first, second, third, fourth, and we'll work through it. The challenge is there's always emergencies happen.
Can I mention one thing? Back when we had an IT manager, a little more robust, supervisory ranks, and again, I have nothing but respect for those that are still here with us, but we had greater supervision management capabilities, and they used to monitor exactly what hours were spent on maintenance versus hours that were spent on projects, and a much more deliberate process all throughout. But as we reduced the ranks and had to take care of just basic things, focus on the boots on the ground, some of that tracking, which I think is part of what you may be getting after, was lost, which is one of the reasons we'd very much like to have that IT manager back, because it's more than what Daniel can do on a part-time basis as a deputy CAO.
Yeah, at one time I was just looking at an org chart. We used to have 5 supervisors within IT, the IT manager and 4 supervisors. Right now we don't have an IT manager. We have 2 supervisors. So we have gone down to bare bones to a limit where it's hard to keep track of everything that's taking place, and we need better oversight.
My problem with the IT manager is proposed on that chart, if you want to back up to it.
Yeah.
He has a span of control of 2.
Initially. We'll have 4 once the radio communications and the finance and purchasing move over to him.
Okay. Yeah. Evan?
Yeah. I think we need to rethink how we deal with projects. Trying to do everything in-house, it seems like it hasn't worked. Sounds like we have a constant workflow to deal with maintenance, and I think that's something that having in-house staff make sense for. With projects, it's difficult and frustrating for me. I feel like we get a lot of excuses when it comes to IT because we don't have the resources. And the whole committee structure and the whole thing, I just don't like it at all. I think it's set up to fail. In the future, as we fund new technologies, new products, and we're implementing those, as part of that, we should fund implementation costs. And those are one-time costs, and we're talking about a department with ongoing expenses, just like the way we budget anything. I think it would reduce the bottleneck that we're dealing with. I think if you have competitive processes to bid on implementation, let departments deal with that, and wrap those into their budgets for that component, I think it would solve some of our problems. And I don't know. This has been an issue for a while. I know we were in survival mode going through the economic recession, but this component of what we do, how we do business, is critical for everything. I mean, this day and age, everything's done with technology, and I don't think we can afford to create the issues that we've had. When it comes to the IT manager, I would support that. I think that would solve some problems, but I still think strategically we need to rethink the mission of what the department does.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, because if we've left the impression that all the stuff as we currently do it, we implement it ourselves, that's not the case. You know, we hire contractors for every major implementation that the county has ever done. You know, we do it with contractors. It's not a whole lot different than how we do capital construction projects. Mm-hmm. You know, where someone still has to manage and coordinate and all that, and you oversee the project, and you partner up. Very similar to how we're doing the juvenile project right now. Very much how we're partnering up on the jail design and construction. It's really not a whole lot different. And then when the projects are done, we have maintenance folks for that kind of a thing. There are smaller projects that we can do efficiently, in-house, and we try to gauge when we can do that and when we can't. So if we've left the impression that we've ever done it other than that, then I apologize, that's not clear, and that's all we're talking about here, too. And that's why Daniel keeps mentioning contractors as well. But like the replacement of the PeopleSoft system, the tax system, some of the new like jail management systems. We have one that's going to be done for juvenile. There's an upgrade desired, by sheriff. Those are going to be vendors that will come in, and we'll work with the department in overseeing that, together. But we have to work almost like a committee because that requires the department know-how of what they want, the technical expertise of an applications analyst, network connection, storage, and all that. So you work together as a team in doing that. So if that's not clear, we apologize, but that's how we do it.
I appreciate that. That makes more sense. So, with that being said, currently how we deal with things is broken. We haven't been getting things done to the level of which I would find satisfactory. What you're proposing here, will it fix it?
This is a step in the right direction because...
What will it take to fix it?
It's going to require constant leadership and staying on top of things, communicating with the departments clearly. This is the expectation of when you're going to get this done. Is that what that
position's going to provide?
That's the idea. This is going to be a manager position. It's going to be aware of all the projects. We don't like surprises, and too often we're surprised. Oh, contractor X is here. I won't tell you what contractor X is, but there's some contractors just show up and you're not aware, and then you have to drop things that are on your plans to take care of that. And we're hoping that with good leadership, we can get a hold of what's taking place.
More than
good
leadership.
Management.
Supervisor Gray.
Looking at agenda package, there were some specific recommendations in here. I would agree that the proposed IT manager should be the starting point. But looking at these, I wish they were numbered, but every time I touch the screen too long, it goes blank. You're recommending the secondary internet. That was on first recommendation. The
library. Is that just for the library or everywhere?
That's everywhere.
That's for everywhere.
Okay. And then the second one was establishing a county standard for physical security. Then 3, hire a consultant for the wireless. And then 4 was establish for each physical security element. I didn't get down to the 5th one yet. But the thing is, if we cover those 5 or 6 recommendations as a starting point, that will get us on the correct track to fix some of the deficiencies that we discussed during the retreat.
Well, you have to have the staff to do all this work.
Well, I understand.
But yes, these are the right steps to take. So we have a robust infrastructure. We're hiring consultants appropriately, but you got to have people to oversee them. Consultants are wonderful, but they need guidance.
Okay.
On
So
you have to plug them in.
We're looking at here as possibly 3 as a starting point: IT manager, a network analyst, and an assistant analyst. Those are the 3 individuals that you're looking at to begin with.
Correct.
Okay.
In that priority order.
In that order.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that makes me nervous is when you say we're always going to have problems. It's just the nature of it, and all those things. I understand the point you're making, but I want to express a desire to solve all the problems. I want it to not be an issue, and the world's not perfect, but to be able to deal with everything that comes to you guys, I want to know what that takes. I'm willing to give it to you, and I want to make sure that after we give it to you, then it happens.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. So, try to help you.
And there's accountability here, and we understand that. The IT manager will be well aware that
So I just
we
want to
need
be
to
clear
report
exactly
back.
what you need to get to that point. I don't want to just give you a little bit of it and then we still have the problem. I want to solve the problem.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember, when we look at these positions, is, we're putting a charge into IT, but it's going to service all the other departments, all the problems that we had cited at the retreat. These essentially 3 people are going to help address those problems. So it's not like we're just building this big IT department. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a function, and it's going to help the areas where we need the most assistance. So, I know you cannot do it without the people. I mean, you've outlined the problems. Here they are. We have some idea of the cost, but we have to have a starting point, and I think the starting point is the resources there.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about philosophy right now, okay? Because I've been through a lot of things that are very similar to what we're talking about here today. And it goes to the competing positions of centralized management versus decentralized management. And I think it's very, very important that we understand what we're talking about here. Centralized management has a lot of powerful aspects to it, and it's very sexy in concept, okay? But it has some potential very negative aspects to it as well. And the primary negative aspect is a lot of people lose control over their own destiny when you centralize management, okay? What I'm concerned with is as we add more process, more centralization to the IT management, we all had well, not all of us, but some of us in this room had a very graphic representation of the frustration that can manifest itself when someone is given a task to do and they are denied the resources to do it in the time that they think they need the resources. And we saw that in our OES and Rimfire. And the people that saw that will remember very viscerally what I'm talking about, okay? My concern is, and it really goes to that taking the 40 hours down to 8 hours. If everything that is more than 8 hours has to come back to the board to get approved, that's over control in my view. Okay? You, and I don't mean you, Daniel, but you, the IT process, needs to understand that what we're talking about here is the resources that every department head in this county needs to get their job done. Okay? And the value of centralizing it is we get the synergy of effort that's associated with being able to schedule that. But when you prioritize somebody's, I'll use the enterprise implementation to next year or the year after, what you're doing is you are denying that department head or that set of department heads the ability to efficiently do their job. Okay? And when you tell someone that you can't do this service right now because it's not on the Board of Supervisors prioritized list, and it occurred after the prioritized list was approved by the board, you're denying them the resources that they need to do their job. This is the most important aspect of our county staff, in my view. And for that, I'm willing to talk about and consider the staff ads that you're putting in there. But I want to know that the department heads are going to get the service that they need when they need it. And I don't want it to be a vehicle to constrain providing those services to a department head. I want to see the job get done, and I want to see the job get done when it needs to get done. And I know we're in a resource-constrained world, but we were talking about this over a year ago, and not a whole lot got done in that first year. And I don't want to be talking about this a year from now, and we've got one or two or what. I'm with Supervisor Royce. I want to get the job done. This is important stuff to our department heads. And I want the department heads to have as much control over the resources that you can provide them as possible. I don't want this to be an excuse to deny the department heads control over the resources that they need. I want them to be able to make the choices that they need to make in terms of prioritization within their own department. Okay? So if I have a project and it's not ready to go, but I need something else done, I don't want that to go back into some global pool somewhere. I want them to be able to trade resources and be flexible to get the most capability that they can in their department consistent with the board's goals and objectives and all of that stuff. Because bottom line is, I can't speak for my fellow board members, but my objective is to get everything done as fast as we can. Okay? And, you know, I just don't want some artificial prioritization to handcuff us in getting downstream a little bit farther. And I just am very, very worried about over-centralized control in this process.
Just as a response, I concur that we don't want to be over-bureaucratic. At the same time, I want to make sure everyone is informed as to what IT is working on, and that there's been thoughtful consideration as to why we are working on this and we are not working on this. And I concur that I don't want to bring everything back to the Board of Supervisors, because that would, in my memo, I said we'd come back at mid-year and year-end budget to provide you with an update. That's why I said I wanted greater flexibility, that the ITSB would make its own decisions, the actual steering board department heads. They would be empowered to make those interim amendments to the list. They need to be aware of what's taking place, and then we would inform you on a periodic basis.
Okay, let's make that periodic basis quarterly. Is that unreasonable?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. Chair, that's how we did it when the manager was here. We would report quarterly on progress of all major projects, and that was to the board and also to the departments.
Okay. I just want to make sure, and I'm not being, I don't mean to come across as aggressive, okay? I just have a very personal concern from my own experience that I want our county leadership, read that, the department heads, I want our county leadership to feel like they have as much control over their own destiny as possible in the process, and as much opportunity to voice anything that they feel they need to this board as we go through this. Because we are in a very resource-constrained environment. I understand that. But by the same token, it's very, very difficult to do your job when all you need is one more widget and somebody that is not vested in your mission won't provide you that widget, okay? So just be very sensitive to the department heads because they got a job to do, and you do too. Your job is to enable them to do their jobs, okay? Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, I have another question, because where I was going and I was getting concerned about here is we at the retreat we saw this whole list of things, and we heard lots of testimony from the department heads about things that need to move us forward. And my real question is, it comes down to, is that the best use of our funds to hire another system analyst, another network analyst, or is it better to get contractors and get some of this stuff in place, knowing we got limited funds, so we get the job done that I think Supervisor Rutherford called the primal scream we heard about?
Yes. I've thought we use contractors in every project just about. We no longer cable. We no longer go to people's computers. We use technology. We use contractors. We're much more efficient. We do things that no one else can do, or things that are due to security we only do. But even then, we turn the reins over to contractors to work on critical systems if we're supervising them. This does not take contractors out of the equation by any means. As Craig said, we use them all the time, and we'll be more aggressive in bringing them in. So the answer is,
comes down to there's just so much money.
I know.
So I'm just asking you which is the most effective way to do it. I'll yield to you.
Yes, I think what we presented to you is what I think is the best way to use our funds at this time.
Just one final comment there. I think the quarterly report is going to certainly give us an idea of the performance and where we're going. I think we have a really good IT staff, and I know that they perform as well as they can with the resources that they have. I've never been denied service, and I think that every department's probably the same way. It's just sometimes you got to get in line and be realistic, because when my computer breaks down, I want it fixed right now. I'm no different than anybody else, but somehow I got to figure out that I may have to wait.
Sure.
Because, but not very long. I don't want to wait very long. But everybody's the same way. So I think what you've presented here makes sense, and I don't know what action we have to take now, Mr. Pedro.
Well, I think
I might just recommend that we acknowledge the priority of the additional staff, and you ought to roll that into the whole budget process and the other priority staff positions. It's hard for us to evaluate IT in absence of a comparison to some of the other positions, but certainly I would support some additions to the staff, and I think the priorities that were presented, i.e. the IT manager being number one, I would certainly support that, but I would like to see it rolled into the bigger budget picture. I have no problems with the other recommendations other than going from 40 hours to 8 hours. I just think we're going to be adding a whole lot more projects into a prioritization system, where I really think that prioritization system ought to focus on the major elements. Maybe 40 hours is too much, but I think 8 hours is too little, and I'd like to, before I would vote for that, I would like to see a better analysis of how many projects that would entail, okay, in your view. I'm just not comfortable with that one.
I think if the board is generally saying, okay, we get the big picture, and we can work towards refining that in the totality of our, like we'll talk this afternoon about developing a modified, forecast, which would be the precursor to direction on the final budget. We can start refining some of these things. For example, we haven't talked a lot about on the capital side that 1 point whatever million it was. We got to look at that and figure out how we're going to do that. I'm sure financing will be part of that. I was recalling back when we did all this for Y2K. It's like how far into the future do you finance technology? Not very far, But ultimately we'll probably be looking at some form of financing, on it. But we don't want to be too far to where we're paying for something a couple years after it's already been put to rest or replaced. So there's other aspects of this beyond the staffing, and that's where a lot of the contracting will be built into those vendor contracts for implementation. So we'll be trying to refine that so you'll see the total picture. This was again just trying to we had a directive be back in March, and we put together as best we could at this point that picture, and we can refine that if your board's okay with the general direction that we're going.
Okay, let's listen to public comment since the board's beat this to death.
Here's one wants his computer fixed first, I can tell.
Hello.
No, you bring the money.
Yeah. So Kanan Whitman, assessor recorder. And I just wanted to kind of point out two things, Carl. I think you're right with the ITSB board. Going down to 8 hours, I do think would be prohibitive on some projects that just come up. Sometimes as a department head, we look to get something done and we don't realize how much time on IT side. Granted, the 40 hours, that may be a little excessive, but I think 8 would be kind of cutting it short. The other one that I would like to see is the IT manager. I think that would be really helpful in that, and I'd like to see that kind of moved as, the earlier the better for that one. And then when it comes to the ITSB board, too, if there's a way to kind of consider in, state statutes, outside department deadlines, board resolutions, and then grant financing. But we are going to have a lot of projects coming on board next year, and so there's definitely going to be a need for management and just kind of getting everything prepared to be able to roll out some of these projects. And then just keeping our infrastructure and mostly the network storage current and building it would be huge. So those are just my comments.
Thanks, Keenan. Any other public comment? Private comment? Okay. Do you have what you need? CAO?
Can I just make one comment? The IT employees, I just want to talk quickly about them.
Can I say something about them real quick?
Sure. You say what I'm going to say.
And
then.
you can. I really appreciate our IT employees and the work they do, and in no way do I want this discussion to reflect on them and the work that they do. It's a matter of managing the department as a whole and the workload that's put in front of you guys and how we allocate resources. So up to now, we haven't been giving you guys and structuring it in a way that works for everybody. So really appreciate the IT staff. They do a good job. They're good people. And we want to make it better so you can do your job better and give you what you need. So,
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you have what you need, Daniel?
Yes, I have good
Okay.
direction. I appreciate your thoughtful words.
Nice head nod. CAO? Okay, Mr. Pedro, thank you very much. Okay, so, wow. I don't think we can do anything in 7 minutes, so we'll adjourn for lunch, and we'll be back for our 1:30 appointment. Okay, we'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we are ready for our 1:30 appointment. Will the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Anthem Telecom Brian Richmond conditional use permit.
Okay, staff report.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Laird, Deputy CRA Director. The project before you is actually an appeal of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission's decision for conditional use permit CUP 15-015 to allow a wireless communications facility including a 100-foot tall monopine tower and related equipment within a 60-foot by 60-foot chain-link fenced compound. This facility would be designed to accommodate up to 4 wireless carriers. The project site is located on a portion of a 134.5-acre parcel that supports the Pine Mountain Lake Golf Course. The portion of the parcel where the facility is proposed is zoned general recreational, mobile home exclusion combining. The project site is located at 12742 Park Court in the Pine Mountain Lake subdivision. It's approximately 600 feet northeast of the intersection of Mueller Drive and Park Court on the Pine Mountain Lake Golf Course property. For those of you who are familiar with the golf course, it's located in the apex between the 8th and 9th fairways of the golf course. It's a portion of assessor's parcel number 90-030-19. The application was considered by the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission at its meeting on December 3rd of 2015. At that meeting, the Airport Land Use Commission found the application consistent with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan unanimously with no conditions. Then on January 20th, 2016, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission held a public hearing to consider the application. At that meeting, the conditional use permit was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission following the public hearing. The Commission, in their decision, attached 27 conditions to the use permit, and it was issued that evening. Then on January 29th of this year, the Community Resources Agency received a letter of appeal appealing the Planning Commission's decision to your board. The letter was submitted by Mr. Rhodes, and in his letter he states that a cell tower does not belong in the residential area and should be placed in a commercial or industrial area of Groveland. Mr. Rhodes also stated that the new cell tower would be ugly in appearance and would decrease the property values of the Pine Mountain Lake subdivision. Prior to the application being submitted to the county back in March of 2015, a petition was signed by several hundred residents of the Pine Mountain Lake subdivision requesting that a major carrier establish wireless services via a multi-carrier tower site located in the Pine Mountain Lake area to improve cellular communications. Then subsequent to our scoping for the use permit, we received 23 letters from adjacent property owners, 20 in support, 3 in opposition. And since the Planning Commission's decision was appealed, the county has received an additional 13 letters in support of the use permit. Included in those letters of support were letters from the Sheriff's Department and the Groveland Community Services District Board of Directors. Verizon Wireless, as I mentioned earlier, the facility will be designed as a multi-carrier facility. Verizon Wireless has already confirmed that they will be located on the proposed tower to close a significant coverage gap in their service in the area. The new wireless facility would also include equipment to accommodate the newer and faster 4G LTE data service to aid residents within the subdivision. As you know, the county has very rigorous wireless communications facilities ordinance. Applicants have to do a lot of work to comply with our ordinance. And in this case, they've done that. I think they've done about all they can to make this fit in, this tower facility fit in with the surrounding natural setting. The tower simulates a pine tree. The monopine tower would be painted a flat shade of brown to simulate a tree trunk, while the foliage would be green to simulate pine needles. The facility itself is kind of surrounded in a semicircle of pine trees. The monopine would blend with the natural vegetation when viewed from virtually all directions. The equipment cabinets will be no higher than 15 feet in height, which will also minimize visual impacts. The compound will be enclosed by a 6-foot-high chain-link fence. The project will be conditioned to require that green slats be installed in the chain-link fence so that the compound would match the color of the adjacent vegetation. Equipment that exceeds 6 feet in height will also be required to be painted green to blend with the vegetation. Visual simulations are included in pages 26, 27, and 28 of your agenda packet, and they will be shown by the applicant as well. Just in closing, I just want to remind you that Section 1768130C of the Ordinance Code states that an appeal on any aspect of an application submits the entire entitlement to comprehensive review, and the decision-making body shall consider public record, receive testimony, and make all findings and determinations necessary to approve, conditionally approve, or deny the application. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them at this time.
Okay. This is going to be a public hearing, so I would entertain at this time only questions of staff clarifying the presentation that has been made.
Actually, those are the applicant's pictures.
Oh, the applicant. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask.
They are in your agenda packet.
Yeah, I did, but I mean these are
much better.
Nicer.
Understand.
Okay. Well, I'll wait till the applicant to ask that question.
Okay. If there's no questions of staff at this time, then I'm going to open the public hearing. But before I do that, I just want to refresh everybody's understanding of the rules. Okay, of a public hearing. We will take comments in support of the project, and then we will take comments in opposition to the project. And we will take comments of people that are neutral on the project in that order. At the end of those three sessions, we will offer the opportunity to those proponents to answer in rebuttal any issues that were brought up by people in opposition. If there are any rebuttal issues, there will be surrebuttal, but the surrebuttal must be against items that were brought up solely in the rebuttal, not in the initial presentation, okay? At the end of that, I will close the public hearing, and the board will have its opportunity to discuss the project and make a decision. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing, and I will take comments in favor of the project. Yeah, we'll have 3 minutes per testimony, and you only get one testimony per section of the thing, so you can't get up and then get down and come back up again, okay? So 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Pauline Tursky. I am a 15-year property owner of Pine Mountain Lake, about a year and a half full-time resident now, and a technology employee. So this is very passionate to me to have this newer technology, And I started an appeal to a petition to protest the appeal. And we have, between what was sent to the board and what I've collected, close to 150 signatures. I know people, it was mentioned, 13 additional letters. So in the petition, we state that this resident doesn't live near the area where the cell tower will be placed. It's already been stated where it will be placed on the fairway number 9. The cell tower, we don't think will be ugly because of the monopine design. Having improved cell service will actually improve property values. And this is a commonly asked question that comes up with people I know in real estate, people who are looking to buy property, and visitors who come that expect to have cell service. And lastly, we all know that we can't rely on what AT&T landline. So it's a good backup for safety.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor of the project?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm sure most of you know me. I'm Joe Powell. I'm the general manager of Pine Mountain Lake Association, resident and employee of Pine Mountain Lake for 25 years. And I'm not going to belabor this other than to say I would appreciate your support on this. It's important to our community. Every member that I've talked to wants this, needs this, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of the project?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff. My name is Evan Shepard-Reef, and I'm representing Anthem Telecom, the applicant for the original application, and as a de novo hearing applicant for seeking your approval today. This was an unusual project for any wireless carrier, as it was initiated by the community rather than by the carrier seeking to fill that need. Based on the request from Pine Mountain Lake Association, Anthem Telecom met with the association, went over what would work well for the residents of Pine Mountain Lake as far as the setting, the design, and what needs they were requiring and needing. And then a letter of intent was obtained from Verizon Wireless, who is the primary carrier for the site. Other carriers are being talked to see about their interest. Then I met with planning with staff about the initial design, discussed the county requirements, how to make a good application, and did everything as I was told, and we got to hearing relatively quickly and with a good project that had staff recommendations for approval. Then we had the aesthetics. The design is meant to blend with the natural and built environment. The adjacent trees provide more screening for the site itself and will blend. Although staff is saying that the equipment could be up to 15 feet, if you look at the plans, they only shown to extend about 4 feet, 3 to 4 feet above the fence, and that area will be, those cabinets will be painted green to match and to blend. We met all the noise standards. We met the Airport Land Use Committee standards. We've met FCC requirements and FAA requirements, already fully approved. We have a letter of support from the Sheriff and Groveland Community Services District. When I spoke to Lieutenant Earhart at the Sheriff's Department, he said they can't even use their computers in the cars, and he was welcoming coverage in Pine Mountain Lake. Then we were approved unanimously on January 20th by the Planning Commission. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the project and the process. And I'm seeking your approval, your support for approval today, hopefully unanimous.
You want to explain the pictures?
Yes, sir. So these are before and after pictures, photo simulations, very meticulously programmed, computer programmed for the design, based on the plans themselves, photographs of the area. Okay. So what we have,
these are our easels.
That's wonderful. So they're photo simulations, and the company Previsualist I've been working with since 1993. They're exceptional.
Okay, can you speak into the mic? And I know it's harder than.
Okay. So what we have are before and after views generated from the plans, computer generated, Photoshop, based on the plans. So two different views: the before from the green nearest the tennis courts, and the after, where the arrow is pointing. This is the proposed monopine structure. And from the nearest residence on Tiger Court, the before picture, and then the after of the monopine blending in, and doing the best that I think one could do in this situation.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Any other testimony in favor of the project? Okay, seeing none, I will then go to those opposed. Any public comment in opposition to the project? Going once, going twice. Sold to America. Okay, anybody neutral to the project? Seeing none, there will be no rebuttal since there was nobody speaking in opposition, and there will be no rebuttal. So I will close the public hearing, and I will bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm kind of wondering why we're here. Someone appealed this, but then they didn't show up to give us any arguments. I'm hearing nothing in opposition to this, and personally, I have to tell you that I have, after 2013, when we had Power Fire, we had Camp Tawonga, and then we had Rim Fire, all within a few short weeks of each other. The weak link in every single one of those incidents was communication. And in Camp Tawonga in particular, I knowing and believing, I know we did things that were, because the poor first communication, we shifted a lot of resources. While that was an important and a serious incident, someone lost their life there, we put the county at risk when we shift resources unnecessarily. Communication is the weak link, whether it's broadband or telephone communication, and I just feel that we need as much of that as we can. We're a tourist area, and we have tourists come in. We put them at risk if we don't have the communication and emergency services available to them. So, Mr. Chairman, I just feel like we have to support the construction of this tower. It's essential.
Any other comment? My only comment is I'm glad to see it's not quite as high as the trees around them, so that when I slice my drive off the tee, I'll still be able to get my 3-wood over onto the green. I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think the right motion here is approval of conditional use permit CUP 15-015 based upon findings A through F and conditions 1 through 27.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, we're 3-0. Gray and Brennan absent. Will the clerk read our second 1:30 appointment? Thank you very much, staff.
Consideration of accepting the baseline fiscal year 2016 through 17 through fiscal year 2021 through 22 multi-year budget forecasts and approving direction on preparation of the modified fiscal year 2016-17 through 2021 through 22 multi-year budget forecast.
That was a mouthful. Okay. Are you presenting?
So far.
So far.
I'm
Okay.
waiting for my projector to come on here. I think it's just warming up.
Okay.
This was one of those jobs you talked about when we had the day jobs and the...
Yes. You're back with your day job,
I'm
huh?
back with one of the day jobs, yes. Except for what? Okay, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office.
There seems to be a lot of interest in this subject. I notice
Are we
several
filling
people walking in, notable people. Okay.
Can do the princess way.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Okay, so as you know, each year we begin the multi-year budget forecast, and this is anticipation of receiving direction from your board in preparing our proposed budget that we will begin next month as we start working on what those directions are as provided by your board. This year is the 5 years. It's fiscal year 17 through fiscal year 2021. And as always, what we usually do is I start looking at each of all of the economists' forecasts. And I know you guys have read through some of these. I have about 3 or 4 inches of forecasts I have printed out, and they're riveting. But I want to share some of the information with you that I gleaned from it. We continue to see, and it's a good thing, unemployment has, at the federal level, dropped. And that is a good thing. It is actually the lowest since 2008 at the federal level. So, and we'll get into, Supervisor Rutherford, you had asked me what the underemployment was, and we get to California. I do have some information, as I shared with you earlier. I was not able to gather that at the federal level, but it does provide some insight into those who are still looking for work. We all know that we continue to have a huge export in the United States, and that creates a lag in our own, what we're able to do within our own economy. Personal growth, while it's growing modestly, it is growing, and that's a good thing. It went up by 0.5% from 15 to 16. And with that, we are seeing a small increase in our personal consumption, at which what I'm reading about from most of the economists, and I think we would say we're seeing it even locally here, is that rising health care costs, whether that be the out-of-pocket when you go in to see your physician or hospital, or your premiums, those are continuing to have an impact on families across the United States. We did see a big jump in our auto sales over the last few years, and what many of the economists are saying is that they're expecting to see that begin to flatten out. That that big jump in people who had been maintaining their vehicles, ran out and bought vehicles, are still buying them, but not at the same level at which they did the last couple of years. The housing market they're saying will continue to stay on par. It's not something that we saw in the past jump like it did, but it does continue to get better. And last year, you may remember, I was saying that many of the economists were saying that they expected the Feds to raise the rates in December. We know that didn't happen. They are now saying that we should see it sometime by year end. So no exact timeline. I looked a lot of places trying to see if I could find something. I could not, but they are expecting 1 to 1.25% by year end. Now, when I went in and looked at the Congressional Budget Office, there's a lot of information contained in there and a lot of graphs, a lot of charts to try and decipher. But essentially, they're saying our gross domestic product will grow by 2.7% as opposed to 2.5%, and then 2.5% in 2017. Inflation to remain low. We have not seen that big jump that we had seen in the years in the past, so expect stabilize around 2% in 2017. Budget deficit, and I actually went back and looked at this just to make sure it was right and printed out the worksheet so I could keep it in my budget folder. But for fiscal year 2016, it's at $544 billion. And unfortunately, that is expected to continue to grow over the next few years. Within the next 5 years, it will reach $1 trillion. Unemployment is dropping, as I mentioned earlier. And our health and welfare costs continue to grow. We know that. We see that at a local level as well. $1.5 trillion in 2016, clear up to $2.7 trillion in 2026. And then Social Security and Medicare, that's always a big topic, and we're talking about being 40% of all federal outlays for this next fiscal year. Okay, so then we get to state economy. What I looked at was UOP, who is the University of Pacific, who always puts out their local state economic forecast. They're talking about that we will continue to see our growth. I'm trying to remember what GSP stands, state product. I think I would remember this as many times as I. So our gross state product to grow 3.5% in 2016, and to continue to go up 3% each year until 2019. Interestingly enough, this is the second year in a row that we've read about, or I've read about, that really drought has had a relatively small impact on our economy. And yet I'm hearing when I talk with our ag commissioner that we have hundreds of thousands of acres of land in California that is fallowed, and expecting, I think he said, another 500,000 acres. And I know he's here, so he could speak to that more. The health services sector, we know that that continues to be the largest employment sector in the U.S., and we don't expect that that will change. We have, as we talk about aging population, the use of and need for more and higher outlays for Social Security and Medicare, it will continue to grow. And then unemployment dropped to 5.8% in 2015, and they're expecting that we will see it decline down to 5% and stabilize there. Okay, the governor's budget. General fund is $123 billion. That's about almost a $7 billion or $6.5 billion increase. We see the same increases in the same areas: health and human services, governmental operations, and then K through 12 education. And that has been consistent, the same areas over at least this administration. The governor has looked at two major areas of which liabilities that he wanted to reduce. And infrastructure, right now, Mr. Pedro and I were looking at the infrastructure plan laid out in the governor's budget, and it's a $55.1 billion 5-year plan. That's a lot of infrastructure repairs that need to be made. And the governor is looking at, there's a lot of talk about a recession. Normally, they say in a post-war era that you'll see a 5 to 7 years of growth from a recession, and then you'll have another recession. So there's talk amongst different economists, when is that recession going to hit? We've heard next year, and we've heard as many as 3 or 4 years out. But what we are reading and seeing is that they are talking about just slow, steady incline. We have not seen the growth and the jump that we saw in previous years where it caused it to decline, especially in our housing market. A little more detail about the governor's proposed budget. AB 109, that was a subject I know that came up earlier with our chief probation officer. $1.2 billion, and that includes $100 million of growth. So they're still putting in some growth, and like you said, we don't know what will happen in the future, but that is built in. Medi-Cal costs, again, we're talking about social services and our Health and Human Services Agency. You have heard from your Human Service Agency director that the Medi-Cal enrollment continues to increase, and that is because of the realignment and the way that they have the Affordable Care Act has affected our state. And emergency drought response. Last year, there wasn't quite as much that was put in. I think I read my last notes from last year, about $166 million. This year, he has $323 million laid into the budget. That's good. We're looking at entering into our 5th year of a drought. It was just last week, that I was in front of the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, and I had the question that we have 150% of snow or rain in certain area. Isn't the drought over? And we know, you guys hear me every month, sometimes twice a month, we have reservoirs that aren't full, and we have snowpack that, we get great snowpack, then we get some warm weather, and it dries, snowpack goes down into our reservoirs and back down. But how do we feed all of those agricultural needs and water districts that are fed by these reservoirs? And if they're not full, we will continue to see issues as we work into the following year. And interestingly enough, the cap and trade spending plan of $3.1 billion does include $150 million for CAL FIRE for healthy forest activities, and essentially that was for tree mortality. We're waiting to see how they're going to lay that out, but right now that is earmarked for that, and we will be working with the administration on how they plan to utilize those funds. Department of Finance, this talking about our gasoline excise taxes. And later, in a little bit here, we'll have Dana Vaccarezza with the Community Resources Agency has a presentation for you to kind of show you the volatility that we've seen in our gasoline prices. But talking about decrease to 28.8 from a high of 39.5, and that makes a big impact on what we see locally for our ability to meet our needs for our roads programs. Transportation. The governor last year, you guys may remember this. This had a lot of discussion that took place across the state. He's reintroducing his 2015 transportation funding and reform package. For those who don't know what that means, this is essentially $3.6 billion biannually for 10 years, rehabilitation of state and local roads. It's supposed to help stabilize the fuel gas tax swap by eliminating that gas tax swap. Sorry about that. Increases our excise tax on diesel and would add $65 per vehicle for a essentially a user tax, because people with gas prices going lower, they're buying less gas. And then $100 million a year from the Greenhouse Reduction Fund for local complete street projects. And even though I looked up all kinds of stuff, I really don't know what local complete street projects are, so we could probably ask Bev about that if you had questions about what does that mean.
Can I ask a quick question? Go back to the slide. That $65 per year highway user fee, is that per person, per vehicle, per what?
I'm sorry, per vehicle.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're going to go into our county economy. And as always, we lead in with a few slides where we talk about our unemployment. And this is where I was talking about earlier, where Supervisor Rutherford, you'd asked me about the underemployment. This is better than what we saw last year. And I was just looking at some of the statistics that we had last year. California was at 7.2%, so we have the 5.8 that they're that as of December of 2015. And Tuolumne County last year in the same time period was 7.2%, and now we're at 6.9. Not a huge difference, but still a slight decrease and much better than going up. Oh, sorry. Real quick, I wanted to hit on the underemployment, as Supervisor Rutherford, you had asked about earlier. And essentially, underemployed and discouraged workers is what that is referring to. And what it is people who have failed to find work or have stopped looking because they're discouraged, or those who are part-time workers who are looking for full-time work. When you take all of those in together, it comes up to a total of 15.4% for California. And there's a whole bunch of other information. When you take a whole lot of other, it goes up as high as 22.1%. So there are a lot of people, when we look at this number, it can be a little deceiving. There are people who fall off the rolls for unemployment. They're looking for work. They've not been able to find it. They're discouraged. There's many reasons that this number could be a little bit higher. This is still, by reading this article, and I'd given Supervisor Rutherford a copy of this. I can provide this to the rest of you if you'd like it. But it is better than where it was in the past, but it still has a long ways to go. A little long ways.
Yeah, just a comment, and I don't know how numerically accurate this is, but it's going to be rule of thumb. But underemployment, depending on which factors you put into it, but it's really the people that aren't working at something that is providing them the wage that they really are looking to try and get employment for, can be anywhere from about 3 to 4%, or 3 to 4 times what the reported unemployment rate is in any given location. And we focus so much on the unemployment, but that's just a fraction of the real employment problem that we've got. And that's at the county, the state, and the federal level. And that's why I brought it up, because so much of the time we're underreporting the magnitude of the problem.
Okay. So the next, what we always look at is how are we doing locally on our housing statistics. And each year, Karen Burkhart with the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors provides us information related to the different categories you see here. Median sales have continued to grow. In 2013, it was at 195,000, and then last year in 2015, 225. Again, we're not seeing big jumps. These are the median, but still at least it's increasing. The number of sales did go up from, you can see, about 22. Private sales are doing much better. Was 666 to 759 to 822. It's the bottom two that we're really seeing where it's the best indicator. Bank-owned sales at one time in 2013 was 166. In 2015, it's down to 81, so it's literally been 50%, and that's a great indicator. Short sales, same thing. At one point in 2013, it was at 78, and in 2015, she reported that we had 17. So very good news. The listings are staying pretty consistent with what we had last year. But that means that it's a good thing. We're seeing, what I'm hearing from the realtors is they're actually having people, more than one person, putting bids on the homes. That will help to get the prices to where maybe they're at the value of the home, where people were having difficulty finding, even selling their homes for the value of what the home was. So they're taking losses. So many times we're seeing a much better trend in our housing market. Then our county economy with our 2015 highlights. Larry Cope, our Economic Development Authority Director, provides these. And I'm not going to go through this whole list. You know what many of these are, but we do have the new Sonora Chrysler Dodge Jeep dealership going in. We've just now been seeing vehicles coming in with the last week or two, so that's exciting. Some of these, like the Oak Valley Bank expansion, that now we have another Oak Valley Bank. We have the Groveland Mini iLab, and I see I have Groveland twice. I want to make sure you knew that that's really where it was. iPhone repair, SRM Sonora Regional Medical Center. They have been renovating their emergency room department, and then, of course, they'll begin, and that in the next slide we'll see their cancer center, the construction on that to start. We've had a few new food establishments, Fiona's, and we have the new Dickey's Barbecue Pit, Bourbon Barrel, and then Big Oak Flat has their own Subway now. So what's coming? Rush Creek Lodge, that has been the big talk, and you guys have all been working on that with the Community Resources Agency. I know Environmental Health Director spent some time up there. He's watched and helped them work on some of their stuff. As we just talked about, the new Cancer Center with Sonora Regional Medical Center, Juvenile Detention Center, new county jail, the courthouse, and then we still have the bond measures that are taking place, and then we are waiting for the news on the National Disaster Resiliency Competition. And we don't know exactly what that will mean yet or how that will take place and be put into process, but I think the last email that I received yesterday was that they're hoping to get to us within the next 2 to 4 weeks with some better information when I spoke with Ashley at the Tree Mortality Task Force. Okay, so every year I always get questions, or our office gets questions, of the total budget, how much discretion does the board have in using of that budget? How much do you have the ability to make decisions on? So what I do is I take all of the outlays, our appropriations, and they're broke up into various different categories. But of the $43 million budget, you have about 25% of that you have discretion as to how it will be used and how the money will be spent. And as you can see here, general government is about 29%. Public protection, which has always been a core priority of the boards, at 49%. Libraries and recreation, 5.3%. Transfers to other funds, and I want to make sure you understand that this is transfers to other funds. Sometimes that is an in and an out, such as some of our VLF and realignment dollars that go through to human services in one way or other. And then contingencies of 4.4%. So this is, and we do this each year so we can really take a look and we provide this information. I think that we have given this to each of the board members every year as you are looking at what it is that you have the ability to move and maneuver and discretionary.
Yeah, just a reminder, the $1.8 million in the contingencies, that was slightly inflated. If you remember at the final hearing, we moved some money from some road projects, so there wouldn't be any counting against a future maintenance of effort. So that was a little inflated. Should have been in a transfers out normally.
Okay, so what are our fiscal challenges as we move forward? We know that the economy is still improving. It's slow, but it's still fragile. We are still impacted by what's happening in other countries. We saw in China when they had their fluctuation, what happened in our own stock market. Local revenues, we're seeing stabilize with, we are seeing modest growth in our own discretionary revenues. Our reduction in traditional sources of road funding, again, we'll get into that here fairly quickly, which leads right into Pilton and our Secure Rural Schools. Secure Rural Schools and PILT, every year we're waiting to see what they're going to do with those two funding sources, and those are both critical to our ability to meet the needs of our budgets and the services that we provide. Impacts of bargaining, funding our long-term liabilities, workers' comp, and PERS. And then, of course, we have the maintenance of our existing buildings and upcoming capital projects. So we know, and I don't need to remind you of our juvenile facility, all those L&J projects that are taking place out there. And we're actually seeing them taking form, which is kind of exciting. And then Human Services Agency continues to evolve in the way since realignment started, and they continue to change that. And I know that Ann Connolly sends Wendy Hoffman-Brady, their Chief Fiscal Officer, to every realignment course or discussion that they have in Sacramento so they can continue to learn and see how that is changing. And I know Wendy will tell me she'll go to one meeting and they'll tell her one thing, and the next meeting a month later it's exactly the opposite, and they're having to change the way that they're thinking of the way they're going to do it. So when you see those changes, that is why they're still continually looking at how that will evolve. Okay, multi-year forecast. We're going to talk to you about some of the assumptions that went into this. As we do every year, we do a status quo or baseline. That means that we ask everyone to put in this year's costs, this year's staffing at next year's costs, and look at the revenues. So, I mean, we don't add additional staffing. We look at your board to provide the direction of where you would like that to take place. But some of the things we are seeing, working with the revenue team, and remind you that revenue team that meets several times every year. Sometimes, like this time of year, it's sometimes once a month for a while, so we can talk about what's happening. But that includes Auditor Controller Debbie Batista, Shelley Peach, who is our Treasurer Tax Collector, Kanan Whitman, our Assessor Recorder, and then usually both Craig and myself participate in those as well. We are seeing that the taxes are growing on average about 5% per year. Sales tax and TOT continue to grow, and I know Shelley watches that very, very closely. You saw today how she's advocating anytime she can on being able to pull additional revenues into the county. What's interesting is our department revenues are remaining essentially flat as we look at increasing cost, and you'll see that as we go into the next slide. We did assume that PILT and Secure Rural Schools continue. There are no new transportation funding sources been approved by the states or feds, so you're not going to see any of that nothing has been assumed as anything new. So when I talk about the governor reintroducing his 2015 funding plan, that's not been calculated into this budget. Includes previously approved committed positions, so juvenile center and then the new jail operations, those begin in 2019-20. And then what we are seeing are slightly higher benefits and salary and benefits. So we have a higher number of employees working through step increases. While we may have experienced a savings initially when some people had retired, what we see now is about approximately 32 to 38%, and it was 32% last year, 38% this year, of working through step increases. That's significant. A third of our workforce every year is going through a 5% step increase. You already know this, but PERS rates continue to grow, average of 2% per year. Safety Side Fund PERS payments, those PERS payments are increasing 5%, and these are averages of what when I take over their 5-year period. The retirement, this again is for safety. The fixed payments that we're doing for the safety, well, now it looks, when you look at the safety PERS rates, they look great because they don't look so high, but now we have these 2 payments. So we have to average out those 3. But the average increase over a 5-year period is 16.5% in that payment, and that's significant. It does start to slow down, that increase in payments towards the end, but it definitely is spiking up over the next 4 years. And right now, there's no allowance for bargaining in this budget at this point, at this forecast. I'm sorry, I should not call it a budget. So I want to remind you that it is a forecast, that there are not any, there's not been any attempt to balance this budget. What you will find in here is there are significant vehicle replacements that are placed in some of these budgets. Every year we ask that the Sheriff's Office, we know that what they have is that their patrol vehicles need to be replaced. Those are a supply for them. But we're seeing about $500,000 per year in general fund overall in number of vehicles and the cost of the vehicles. And in our fire fund, there's about $360,000. Again, that's an average between the 5 years. There's some years it's a little bit higher depending on what it is they're wanting to purchase, whereas another year it might go down a little. The major IT projects, you had that presentation earlier. There are they are partially funded in here, and Daniel is here so he could explain to you what is or is not included, but I believe majority have been included. Significant funding for law and justice projects. So we talk about essentially we could have as high as $11.9 million in borrowing over the first 3 years. Ongoing debt service that at the highest point would reach $828,000 per year. We have for the FAA match for the airport, $120,000 per year. Again, that's an average over a 5-year period. Some years it's higher, some years it's a little bit lower. And the assumption in here for the tree mortality is that the net cost for tree mortality would be borne out of reserves, and that was at board direction when we had talked about where would we take that. You had indicated that you would rather see that come out of reserves. So that net amount, I have a slide here I'm going to show you, has no impact on what you will see in the slide for general fund net county costs. I tried to make this as non-busy as I possibly could for tree mortality. And what I've done here is I've taken 3 different scenarios. The top scenario is CDAA at 75% reimbursement. The net county cost is in the yellow of $1.8 million. The middle one is we have been told that the FHWA, so Federal Highways Administration, will be able to fund some of the roads, and that's about approximately 44% of our roads would be eligible for reimbursement. That would lower our net county cost to $1.3 million. And then the middle one is our federal, if we were able to get a federal proclamation. This is the best of everything, of course. Our net county cost could be as low as $400,000. So that is why Supervisor Hanvelt and I, when we go every single month, and why we asked to write that letter, is this is what would allow us to stretch our dollars and not exhaust our reserves. I was stopped outside of the Tree Mortality Task Force yesterday by the Assistant Director of CAL FIRE, and she said, "You've mentioned that if you were to do everything, you could possibly exhaust your reserves." And I said, "That's correct." And she said, "We're concerned with that." And I said, "As are we." So I'm glad that they're listening. The fact that she's listening, she's hearing this. She goes, "What if you had another emergency?" I said, "We would be in big trouble. We need your assistance to help us coordinate and maximize resources." And that's why we're looking at the way we're working. So they're on board.
I testified to that effect in front of the Assembly as well. I told them that we're dipping into reserves because we feel it's a public safety issue and that we'd run out of money before they did.
And the point is tree mortality adds, and drought, adds to the threat of out-of-control fires, and we ain't even to the season yet.
Right.
So.
Right. Which is exactly the reason why we're talking about trying to coordinate so we can get that wood off the ground. So I just wanted your board to have a chance to see what we could be looking at. And the reason it's a little bit less, originally I'd said about it would be like $2.25 million. I did not add in previously the 10% admin that we get automatically from CDAA. So that's significant, and that's why that cost is just a little bit less. Okay, multi-year combined funds for our multi-year budget. As always, we show the gross general fund shortfall, and then we always show what it would be if we had a contingency allowance that was fully funded at $1 million, so that we wouldn't need to fill that, reappropriate that line item. So it would put us at $1.4 million or $1.5 million, and I don't need to go through all the slides on here. Remembering what we've said about on here, that this is a forecast. We've made no attempt to balance this with departments. This is as they have submitted it. So we definitely have some work to do with departments. We're looking for some direction from your board as to other areas you'd like us to look, and we have some recommendations here. When you look at the fire fund shortfall, remember that there is in some years as much as $300,000 to $350,000 worth of equipment in there, and it doesn't take into account that they may have fund balance that may roll forward too. So we do feel confident that we could meet at least the 16-17, and we'll work with the next years as we move forward. But that would mean not purchasing the equipment that they have listed in there to make that happen. So I just want to make sure that you remember that when you look at those numbers. And then for the road fund shortfall, what I'd like to do right now is kind of take a break here, have Dana come up, Dana Vaccarezza with the Community Resources Agency, and go over. You guys have a copy of the presentation and the work that she did, but I think it's essential for everyone else to see that and look at what it is that she has been watching and trending over the following these last few years.
Good afternoon, Dana Vaccarezza, Community Resources Agency Fiscal Officer. Okay, road funding is a passion of mine. It has, over the course of the 8 or 9 years that are in the chart, it has fluctuated greatly. 2009 and 2010, there was a Proposition 42 measure that basically put a sales tax on gasoline, with that going into the highway tax account, or I'm sorry, the highway users tax account, or HUDA, to be distributed to the local counties and cities. In In 2011, if you'll remember, the state was in a serious budget crisis. And as part of balancing the state budget, there was something called the 2011 tax swap that took place. What the legislature did is they replaced the sales tax of Prop 42 with what they're calling an excise tax. They created a Section 2103 formula to basically collect the excise tax on a variable basis and have that go into the highway user tax account. The distribution, though, from this money, right off the top, there is a significant amount that goes to pay the general fund for transportation debt servicing. So this amount that's coming right off the top is a fixed amount. It continues to grow every year, whereas the amount coming into the fund in the form of the excise tax is a variable amount that is supposed to equate what would have been collected under Prop 42. However, as fuel prices fluctuate and as they look backwards to see what would have been collected under Prop 42, they make adjustments as they move forward for those changes. So as you can see, as we move into 2015, our projections for 16 and 17, you're seeing that Section 2103 highway user tax revenue is significantly decreasing, and this is a direct result of the rate going down as well as consumption going down, and the bond debt service that comes off the top is staying fixed or growing. So a 2.2 cent drop, which is what we're looking at going into effect on July 1st of this year, is going to result in a $300,000 or 50% reduction in our Section 2103 revenues. If you go to the next slide, you can see that the price of fuel is fluctuating. So this is just a 5-year monthly average of California gas prices that I took off the internet, and you can see that there are extreme highs and extreme lows. The highway user tax, Section 2103 revenue, is taking all of that fluctuation into account. And as a result, the amounts that are being projected for 2017 are significantly low. Next slide. Okay, in addition to our state gasoline tax revenue going down, we're also having our secure rural schools revenue declining from as much as $1 million that we received in the fiscal year 2009 all the way down to a projection of $443,000 for 2017. What is happening is this is a revenue source that is basically the federal government paying the county for timber sales that are not being allowed to take place because a lot of the land that is in our county is part of a national forest. And so with there being less timber sales involved, this funding is, to help offset the loss of revenue from lost timber sales. Last year, Secure Rural Schools was renewed for a 2-year period, so for 2014 and 2015. But as of 2016, there still has not been any legislation reauthorizing Secure Rural Schools. So at $443,000, that is with our hope that will get renewed. All right, so with all this doom and gloom, I did want to offer your board some, constructive ideas of how we can bridge this $2 million gap. We always have fund balance carryover, and I've gone back and looked at the mid-year projection plus what I estimate happening in the second half of this fiscal year. So I am predicting about a $500,000 fund balance that we will be able to carry over into our 16-17 budget. The revenue that was used in this projection for our capital project reimbursables, which is basically our federal and state funding on our road projects that our engineering positions work on. I was able to take a look at that, and again, from when this analysis was done versus what I think we'll be able to complete this year, I think there's another $100,000 of additional revenue that we will be able to recognize. We currently have a vacant senior road worker position that we have intentionally not filled pending the outcome of the budget to make sure that we have funding for that position so we could potentially not fill that position. We have currently 2 engineering positions that have expressed the possibility of retirement next year, and so based on the dates that have been indicated as potential retirements, we could recognize a savings by not filling those positions. In our capital road projects budget, there is approximately $100,000 of the general fund transfers that were made in fiscal years 11-12 and 12-13 for paving projects that at this point in time has not been designated by your board to a particular project. And so that's money that your board could redirect back to the general fund, or I'm sorry, back to the road fund. And then talking to Tanya Allen, our supervising engineer, we're anticipating about $100,000 savings on our Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction project. And again, that project has about $522,000 of one-time general fund money that was designated by your board that, again, your board could make the decision to redirect. In addition to that, I'd also like to mention that I just became aware that we have several CAL FIRE grants totaling to about $180,000 that we could potentially tap into with our road crews doing brushing, hazardous tree removal in our county right-of-way. This is money that also could be used to contract services, which wouldn't have an impact on our road fund budget, but anytime we would use our county forces for this work, it would definitely be income coming into the road fund. So although it's bad news, the good news is that there are some proposals at the legislature to come up with additional road transportation funding. It's really going to take, I think, local government and private citizens contacting their congresspeople to push to have these passed. The concern is that they will most likely be passed. It's just when will they be passed? And this being an election year, there's a lot of concern that the election is going to take precedence over transportation funding. And so the timing of having a package put in place that might help support our budget for next year is what's in question.
So just to comment, since I am our NACO rep, there's a lot of activity going on in NACO, I know, at the federal level. Trying to encourage, I'll use that term, a long-term solution. I think that's very, very important. A patch, a tourniquet on the problem only keeps the blood from exiting the body. So we really do need to pursue that, and I think it's something that we need to be aware of as well. So we do need to keep pushing on that, both at the federal and also the state level. And I know Supervisor Hanvelt has been working at RCRC, and Supervisor Brennan's been working at CSAC as well. So, but it is something staff needs to keep their antenna up and let us know every opportunity we have to weigh in and do battle where we need to. So.
Mr. Chairman,
I did want to note something. I just did some quick math. From the high point in 2014 to 2017 is a 40% loss of federal and state funding for our roads. That's and that's starting in 2014 at the high water mark, and we were in deficit on our road fund back then. It's just getting, well, I'm not even going to say it's getting harder and harder to manage that problem. It's getting impossible to manage that problem, and pardon me? And costs go up. Absolutely, costs have gone up considerably. So we need some innovative solutions out of our state and federal legislators.
I would also like to point out in 2014, it looks like it's a real big spike. That year, they were actually repaying money that they had borrowed previously from the highway user tax account. And they also were going back and making some adjustments again to, looking at that sales tax amount. And so it was a little bit higher year for that reason as well.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to mention, we were together on Friday afternoon, and we had Kiana Valentine from CSAC on the phone to get her, what information, what wisdom could she bring to this, and she basically was saying, no, you're using the right numbers. Not that I was doubting that for a second. Dana has been in touch with CSAC, and CSAC in turn has been in touch with the Department of Finance, and these are based on their numbers, their projections of what we can expect. Some of that political projection is, what Kiana was telling us too, that at a state level, if something doesn't happen in the state budget in June, when they adopt the state's budget, then probably all tents will be folded at that point at the state level to get through the November election before they'll start looking at it again. And I've been monitoring, as you mentioned, at NACO activity at that level. I did ask her about the assumption of PILT and secure rural schools. I said, I'm comfortable putting in because it seems like everyone's looking for the long-term solution, and until they find it, I think they'll continue to patch through on PILT and secure rural schools. Could be totally wrong, in which case we're in trouble.
Sure.
But she agreed, with that as a valid assumption at this point. But we are vulnerable if for some reason that doesn't happen.
I have a much higher confidence that PILT and secure rural schools will do at least the minimum that we need them to do to get us through. My concern on both of those is a long-term solution as opposed to an annual, year-by-year question mark on the middle of our foreheads. My big concern is how do we fix the systemic problem in our road funds, principally at the state, but it's federal too, in terms of the impacts that increased fuel efficiency, decreased gas prices, and just increased use on the roads is having, and how do we build a revenue structure a long-term stable revenue structure that meets the needs of our road infrastructure. We're not even close to that. I hear a lot of people, doing what-if drills, but I haven't seen anybody sit down and have any meaningful discussions to getting to a solution on that. And that troubles me greatly because we're getting deeper and deeper in the hole on our infrastructure here in Tuolumne County, but we're not the worst county in the state. We're close, but we're not the worst county in the state. And it's really having a disproportionate negative impact on rural counties. So I'm really looking for that dialogue to start in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., and I just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Well, my comment on this is, first, I want to thank Dana for putting this together. We were talking about it, so this would be very good to break it down. We've talked about this, but this is great, Dana, so thank you, for putting it together. And pardon me, when I look at the road fund issue, to me that is the most significant concern of the entire multi-year forecast. We've been talking about it, and I almost have to pinch myself. We've been reporting this kind of a trend all along, but it looks like it's not just something that we're seeing coming. It's here. Last year, as reminding myself, going back into, and we were talking about it on Friday, went back into our budget just to remind me that which I already knew, that we had amassed constricted spending last year and put together a little over, I think it was $1.7 million in fund balance, and that's how we were able to patch through, this fiscal year. And you can see what Dana's, projecting for this year, maybe $500,000, maybe we could squeeze more. But I look at their projection. Why don't you go back to the big Yep. It's all right. So if you look at that 1.9 again, and Dana's given us a path to just under $1 million. That's a pretty hard number when you look at what Dana was sharing, what it took to get there, and there's some other things you can chip at, but that is a systemic, problem. We can't assume that we're going to see that kind of fund balance. The general fund, and I'll just back up for a minute and get off the road fund for a little bit. But the road fund, we've been talking about it. That is a definite revenue-driven problem, that we've got. In the general fund, I just wanted to comment. The 1.4 million. Again, this is a forecast. This is not a budget, Alex. It's we didn't have no attempt to try and balance this. But that 1.4 million, I tried to explain it, and we did include. We covered about $623,000 in ongoing expense with one-time revenues last year, and let's just say, even though it's a violation of our rules, it's not outrageous, so we did it. Let's say we could find that kind of fund balance again. That would be knocking your general fund problem down to about $800,000. There is some equipment. There's tuning that we could do. I know one thing that Deb and I have talked about. Deborah Batista. Or talked about, well, for example, could we look at, again, it's a forecast, not a budget, but could we look at vacancy factors in general fund departments? And the only one that has fairly consistently any kind of significant turnover is in the sheriff's office, primarily, honorable mention to probation. But even if and there's just the gap between recruiting and those kinds of things, it's hard because it varies year by year. Take back 3-4 years ago, we had major gaps, but the sheriff's office done a great job in shrinking that up with help from your board, with some of the tools you gave them. Some of the vacancies we were just talking last night, with Ann and Bill about some of the vacancies they have right now. Well, that's part of the recruitment plan. So those are planned vacancies. They're holding spots for people coming out to fill slots. But even if you took, say, 4% of our DSA positions, which may be high, may be low, that's about 400,000-ish that you could hit. So I could see working that problem down, and that's just trying to get even, and I think we could get there. But it's trying to also get into the black to do some of the other things that your board would like to do. For example, some of those high priority positions. We have bargaining to address and those kinds of things. But I can see a path on the general fund, and you can notice on the general fund, as you look going from left to right into the future, in general, it starts to get better. And that's really good because now we're laying in, we did last year of the juvenile facility, now we've laid in the full cost of bringing the new jail on. That's a big deal. This time last year, that was a hope, but we didn't have it in here. We got the AB 900 money, so your board said, let's go. And so we've laid in that additional cost. And that's got some debt service to carry some of that financing we need to do for our share of costs for the new jail and other parts, plus the staffing and so forth. To absorb all that and to be only that far out without even trying to do budgeting, that's good in the long run. But we have some work to do in the near term to address some of your other priorities. And I think Tracy's already talked about the fire fund. But balancing there right now, it's at the expense of equipment, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention about in roads. There was no equipment at all in any of those 5 years, and I don't know that that's sustainable at all. So it's something that we can definitely attack, and that's what we're going to be looking for your direction on just in a moment. But I don't want someone looking at that and saying, oh, my gosh, the sky has fallen. I think we can manage a lot of these things. I think it's looking to build a margin, to build in some of those other high priority things that your board is interested in. But the road fund, I'm very concerned, and I know your board has been concerned. And I think the best that we can do right now is we need to find a way to keep our road efforts moving forward. At least try to maintain close to status quo for at least another year because of the political season, that we're in. I think that's just being practical. But hopefully something, particularly at the state level, could happen sooner rather than later. But that's my big concern is road funding. And again, this is not a new thing. It's just, it's now hit us. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's-
So we're not maintaining status quo. The problem is, even in there, we aren't maintaining the status quo on our roads. This is a real challenge.
Yeah, it's maintaining a status quo of effort, which is not
Digging the hole deeper.
digging the hole deeper. The roads are going to get worse, so we're just trying to keep the effort where it is, and we're going to be the roads are going to continue to deteriorate at that level.
Well, I think 6 years ago, the PCI was 46, and I think the last report was 39.
Yeah.
We're
So-
declining at an
Yeah.
increasing rate.
So the roads are the big issue of this multi-year. And again, through no fault of anybody, this is a revenue-driven problem, state and federal level. So why don't we move on?
All right, we're going to get ready to kind of finish up this part. We'll talk about areas of examples for your board to review, answer any questions. And then I know we did give you copies of the department requests and high priority positions that went out last night. I can put that up if there's anything you wanted to revisit or to ask of any of the department heads here. So the next slide is we talk about questions on the baseline forecast. And then we'll go into some direction on developing the modified forecast. But here is the slide I was talking about, examples that we have provided of areas that we could review outside of what you have may suggest and recommendations you may have. This does not take into account our mid-year budget process and the projections and fund balance that normally occurs out of that process that you will review in the next board hearing or board meeting. So that may provide some relief and some ability for decision making as well. Also on our revenue and expense assumptions, like we stated, we are seeing relatively flat departmental revenues, and that's something you could direct staff to go back to departments and work more diligently and some more detail into that process. Equipment, we've talked about different types of financing. We've looked even at a lease capital kind of financing. There's, I'm trying to remember, is it California Opportunities? I'm trying to remember, there's something through, I have to defer to Daniel. I can't remember the name of it. But, and then the L&J project financing options. Enterprise and law and justice IT projects, the bargaining set aside, and then again, this listing, the high priority positions, and you will see them, we categorized each of them into where in the board retreat they came up with succession planning, board commitment, revenue generating, and economic development. So if there's anywhere they had some type, generated revenue or had some offsetting revenue. Again, fully or partially funded, and capacity enhancing and new programs. Would you like to just jump to that list now, or was there any questions process-wise?
I think we can just pause here. I know what I would like to do is to be able to go back with the departments, and we've put off the mid-year to this point mainly because of all the other things we've been working on, but I think it's an opportunity to try and tune that up even further. That fund balance information or projected fund balance information is important to us, as we just discussed. So we can look at that, and looking closer at the mid-year, we may learn more about things that we could maybe improve in our revenue estimates and tune our expense estimates. I think that's something just common sense we should do. We would look at things like the department revenues do seem to be flat and slightly lower, and sometimes there's really good reasons for that. In other cases, we need to explore it. The equipment that actually is in the budget right now is very modest, truly. When you look at our entire fleet, fleet needs are non-existent in roads, but we can look at that to see if that's a prudent thing to do. Just to mention on law and justice financing, what this is based upon. If you remember a couple of meetings back when I went through Through that, we looked at a potential gap of about $11.9 million if we didn't have any additional one-time money set aside to help reduce the amount that we might borrow over the next few years. It's about $11.9 million. It would start small and build over the next 3 years, ultimately to $11.9 million. There was discussion with the board. I remember, for example, Supervisor Roy saying, let's not do this more than 10 years. I'd done the numbers on, I showed you a slide given a variety of year ranges that we could do. This is still based on 20 years. We could go to like 30 years on financing as an example. But give you an example, that's about another $2 million or so in interest, if we do it over, 30 years versus 20. So I've just kept it at this point at 20, but you could say, Mr. Pedro, we'd like you to extend it out 30. Maybe that's a couple $100,000 a year that we could save. We said on all that, the enterprise law and justice IT projects, we talked this morning, so I'm going to work with Daniel and departments to refine some of that information that we talked about this morning. And based on what we discussed today, I could bring back what that looks like, and you can see a breakout, so you can decide what you'd really want to support on that or not. Bargaining, that's building margin, to put a set aside, for bargaining. I know that's a tough one to put a number to right here, and we are bargaining as we speak. And then those high priority positions, again, you have the sheets, and we did try to acknowledge things like some of the succession planning things. The only 2 board commitment things, because I remember the chairman actually looking down when you guys discussed 2 specifically, was code enforcement when we were having the medical marijuana discussion. And then there was one for environmental health, just because of the red on our chart, our dashboard.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you could discuss, give direction on any of those things.
One of the things that I would be interested in seeing, and I'll defer to the rest of the board, but I really see those 2 bullets, bargaining set aside and high priority positions, with a very strong linkage. We are just absolutely going to have to make a decision on how much money we put to bargaining vis-a-vis how much we put to increasing staff. Both of them go to the quality of life of our employees. I'm not sure it's all or nothing. In fact, I'm pretty positive it's probably not all or nothing. But we need to have a realization, as does the staff, that we can't do 100% of both. And so there's going to be some priority decisions, some prioritization decisions that we're going to have to come to. And so we really need to be able to, I need to be able to look at the trade space. If we do this, what does it mean over here? If we do it over here, what does it mean over on the other side? So those are the kinds of pictures, if you will, that I'd like painted in primary colors.
I agree with everything you just said, but I think we also really need that mid-year to fill in the picture. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to pick and choose here. I mean, we can't have everything, and that's not new. But I need more data.
Well, and there's a third leg to that triangle too, and it's kind of the combination of our infrastructure, but also our equipment. Because we're going to invest in, either we're going to go. The thing about equipment and infrastructure is, if you don't buy it now, you just going to cost you more later when you do buy it. So those are important things too.
You also transfer some of it to maintenance on existing equipment.
Are we done, or what? Or are you just deep in thought?
Well, I think what you're hearing is go ahead and look at all those different things. Let me just throw this out. If we're able to, and relooking at the mid-year, which leads to fund balance and things like that, we need to generate fund balance. Not to, I don't. Let me just put this out there, because I don't think we want to carry general fund operations with fund balance, but we do need to amass as a priority somehow between the road funds, fund balance, the general funds, fund balance, other sources we can amass to keep the road fund intact until we can get to if we can, to get to a vote on some kind of an increase. I mean, I'm going to give you that information. Whatever we can improve those things, you'll have those building blocks. But I think you're going to want to try to keep that. It's one of your priorities right after public safety is roads. As inadequate as the funding is today, we want to try and keep that intact so we can get to a point where we can get a vote on some kind of a revenue measure. And then we can go ahead and work on all those other things. Hopefully we can find some ongoing savings, some ongoing revenue, just better estimates of revenues. Like we can look at, for example, what Shelley brought to you today, Ms. Peach brought to you today, with that Airbnb, if that wasn't factored in, and that's a safe thing, factor all or some of it in, that's increased ongoing revenue, as an example. I can do those kinds of things. It would be helpful to get an idea, though, which, of these kinds of positions, which ones would you be most likely to support? So that instead of looking at a big list like this, maybe I'm looking at, half dozen positions.
Are you trying to do that today?
If you're comfortable doing that today, if not,
I think I would like to go back and cogitate on it. Can
Okay.
we and maybe come back in the 1st of April we need a full board.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Very
So
good point.
that wasn't my point. I was just the mouthpiece.
I
That
heard.
Evan's point.
Right.
But I think if we could set up a little workshop to talk about that, and maybe we band them. Okay, this is in Band A. That's our highest priorities.
Right.
This is Band B. This is Band C, and these are not doable at this time. Maybe something like that, and then that gives you something to work with in terms of how would you approach that.
Yeah, that's kind of how those were kind of set up. If there's something you felt strongly about, and there's a couple that you'd voiced before, succession in general. If we know we have a critical replacement. But,
Succession is a high priority, but my view is there's a trade space there.
Sure.
Because we can always go out and hire somebody externally. We don't have to have somebody in and trained in every single position. Obviously, carryover is nice. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But if it's between that and maybe doing right by the people we got, I might, change my priorities a little bit depending on what's available out there and everything.
Okay. We'll try to figure out a way to bundle all that stuff into packages so that you could direct, and we can do some what-ifing at our next meeting. Because ultimately what this is driving at, we're playing with a forecast right now, but it'll be instructive when you give me final direction, Mr. Peter. This is what we'd like to see you do in preparing the preliminary budget for next year.
I'm just always at the forefront of my thought process this year is our bargaining negotiations. We've kind of got a semi-commitment, not even a semi-commitment. We've got a commitment to deal with that, and I think it's important that we deal with that in good faith. And some of the other things that we would very much like to do and may be higher priority in other years may not make it this year.
I might add that where we can invest in productivity, and I'm thinking of the IT side, where it actually improves the productivity and perhaps reduces some demand some places, or not that this is going to go away. This will never go away, but where it can reduce the need a bit or delay it.
Yeah, just mention this list. I just wanted to point out, for example, you see a bunch of new road positions. It's not based on that funding scenario you just saw, but that was more a reflection of what it would take to properly maintain.
Well, and that's the other thing that I think a couple of our department heads, and this is not meant as a pejorative statement, but there's a lot of slots on here, and they're likely to get 2, if that. Okay, so I don't want to make a determination on which ones in, say, Department A or Department B are most needed without at least, I mean, I might not agree with the department head, but I'd sure as heck like to know what the department head, if they can only have 1 or 2 of their 8 or 9 that they've put on there, which ones are the highest priority, because I don't want to be making their decisions for them.
Well, were there any, can I ask, are there any other assumptions that you saw today that are unreasonable? Said, no, don't assume that, don't?
Well, I understand that we don't have a whole lot of vacancies maybe today, but we do have some known retirements and some other things, and typically we don't always get all the overlap that we would like and all of those things. So I do think that some, and it can be rough, but some kind of, that looks about right kind of analysis of can we, I don't want to fully fund every position all 365 days of the year, because if we know that we're not going to have those positions filled 365 days a year, because that's lost opportunity money that we could use budget somewhere else.
Right.
So that's one assumption that I would really like to see at least a rough cut on.
Sure.
And if we're off a little bit, well, we can dip into our contingencies to fix that. But
Yeah. Well, for example, right now, based on, just the past, maybe something like 4% in those safety areas, because that's usually where we see the most, because that's where the most people are and the most turnover traditionally occurs. But we've been doing a whole lot better in that area as well. So that's an example of. So
we got a lot of retirements coming up. We're not going to
Right.
fill all those the day that the person walks out
Sure.
of the office. And those are, a lot of our retirements are at the higher end of the salary spectrum, and
Yeah.
just I don't know. I'll rely on your
Sure.
judgment in that area.
Okay, I get it, and I know you do too, Mr. Chair. That's one of the big differences between a forecast and a budget, right there, because we tune it right down to the individual in a budget.
Are we done?
Got it.
Okay. Tracy, don't leave your day job. No, thank you. Okay, can I have? We have a very robust and very interested public, so I'll open it up to public comment. I knew there'd be somebody that's not bashful, and I kind of figured that was the person that it would be.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Laura Krieg, District Attorney. I just wanted to take this opportunity to explain to the board why we have requested a fiscal technician, and also to clarify a few things. The cost associated with this position is listed at a step E. We don't intend to bring in the fiscal technician if we're able to get that position at a step E. And it's listed as a capacity. However, I truly believe it could be a revenue generating position. As the board's aware, we are actively pursuing grant funding. As you're aware, we're hoping to hear any day now about the underserved population grant that we applied for through Cal OES. You have sent additional grant applications, which we've reviewed and looked at. A lot of them require a match, and those are always things that we watch closely because we don't want to obviously apply for a grant where we won't have the match funds as required in our budget. However, I have very dedicated staff. You know Ginger Martin, our victim witness supervisor, and Deborah Gear, my legal office manager. And they spend an exorbitant amount of time preparing mid-year budgets, proposed 5-year forecast budgets, revisions, and final budgets. And all of that work is very important, but what that means is when we have the opportunity to pursue a grant, oftentimes that application process is quite trying. It takes a lot of work. It takes them away from their other job duties. And we used to have a fiscal tech in the district attorney's office, and that position was vacated and not filled. So we are asking for those reasons to have that position put back. And as you'll see, I just put in for one position. I don't have 5 listed. That is the one that we think we could definitely use, and that could possibly be revenue generating and would allow us to pursue more grants in those areas. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if the board has any.
No, but I'd just like to say I appreciate the explanation and the opportunity that you offer us with that. That's important.
Thank you.
I want to thank you also for all the same reasons, but also for breaking the ice for the rest of the department heads.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I'd be happy if, as you're going through the positions, if you have any additional questions about how we pursue grants and the time that we're using and allocating, I would be more than happy to answer those.
So I understand that I still don't know where you live, right? Down by the high school, you're still there?
Currently, I am still there.
Okay.
Not wearing a gas mask yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Shelley
Shelley.
Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'd like to make a couple changes on my request for high priority positions. I have an assistant treasurer tax collector, and I'd like to remove that for now. On the account clerk position, I say that it would cost about $24,000 a year for that person, and I'd like to reduce that request to a part-time account clerk, which would mean it would cost $12,000. I'm willing to give $10,000 from my budget for that person, and that would leave $2,000 I'm asking the board for. And that could be revenue generating because my next project is a vacation rental by owner. Don't know how much that's going to bring in, but I would like to start working on that. Any questions?
You are my kind of tax collector. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Shelley.
All right.
Anybody else? Come on, give it the office. I'm just kidding. Okay. If there's no other public comment, Mr. Pedro, you got what you need?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see no
Got
other
some good help
business.
there, too.
That's right. That's why I looked at the county clerk. Will you please read our closed sessions, items A through C, and I'll just remind everybody that may not have been here at the beginning of the meeting that item D on the closed session was pulled.
Okay. Closed session. Conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 549576, all bargaining units. Conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, and there's 2 matters. Authority Government Code Section 54956.8. Negotiators are Craig Pedro and Daniel Richardson. In the first one, and Gary Wilson, related to several parcels located at Jamestown Mine, APN 58-200, 27-30, 58-200, 31 through 35, 58-560, 01 through 03, and 5908, 42. And the other price and terms is negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, negotiating with Jane Holman, Surden, for the .592 acre parcel located at 10 Calaveras Street in Sonora with APN number 5609032.
CAO Pedro, do we anticipate anything to report out? County Council, do we anticipate? Okay, then we will now adjourn into closed session. We will be back when we get done. Thank you very much.